said.
Staying long this time?
Alright, sorry to keep you all waiting. Welcome back to more Final Fantasy XVI. Now, I'm just letting you know, but I may have to get up again in order to help family bring in food, simply because they're out getting lunch for all of us, myself included. So, I may break away in order to help bring that food in. But, we need to speak to Otto. This, obviously, is not Otto.
You've forgotten already? Because I haven't. Still. Good seeing ya.
Alright, so we do need to do some side missions, especially some from the bounty boards. But let's talk to Otto first, and then we'll move on from there. Because if I want to make some of the best weapons in the game, I'm going to need to be doing some side quests, specifically side quests that are linked to the blacksmith. So, let's just progress enough so you can get refamiliarized with the hideaway.
There you are, Clive. Word of your adventures arrived this morning. Victor sent his thanks.
I doubt Kupka will miss the fools he sent to catch me. Not a single one of the bearers we saved showed any interest in coming with us. No one seems keen to join hands with an outlaw. Any news while we were away?
None worth mentioning. Gav's still off keeping an eye on the Republican army. Should be back any day now.
Understood. If anyone needs me, I'll be in the map room.
Still can't work that one out. There must be better places than the hull of a gutted airship to bury your nose in a book.
Yet this is where she's chosen to be. And I'm sure she has her reasons.
Alright, so here's the bounty board, which, of course, we cannot access right now.
You're wondering what this new board is behind me, aren't you? All in good time. My furless friend, all in good time.
Okay, so we're gonna find out later then. Vivian?
I'd trust I'm not intruding.
Back from your mission? I'm beginning to think your habit of surviving cannot be attributed to luck alone.
One might say the same of you, Vivian Ninetails.
I'll have you know that only 4 attempts have been made on my life, and none was especially memorable. So, to what do I owe the honor? Could it be that you've come for one of my lessons?
Is that so hard to believe?
Very well then. Shall we start with the state of the realm?
Okay.
To absolutely no one's surprise, she finds herself at the mercy of...
Alright. So my audio... My audio wants to act funny. Hold on. We gotta fix that right now. It was just fine earlier. Baba. Okay. We're back. We're back. Okay. Audio's where it needs to be. I had it the way it was before, simply because me keeping it on clean makes it so that only the audio in my immediate vicinity is heard. I don't need y'all hearing any fans running, any phones vibrating, or any ambient noises. All you need is the quality. And if I can do that, then we're fine. Let's continue. And I'm just knocking stuff around on my desk. I'm glad I took care of this now before things got serious.
Armies and outlaws. Well, mostly armies. Though that's not for want of trying, is it, Clive? But the real question is, how did we get here? Long though Sambrek's dominion over northeastern Storm has endured, recent days have seen the Blight wrest ever more land from her grasp. For which reason she has continued to wage war on her rival across the strait, hoping to claim less blackened pastures. But Odin would sooner pawn his sword than Waloed relinquish Ash. And the Empire pays dearly for every blade of grass bent beneath Sambrequois boots. Little wonder then that Sylvester set his sights on the crystalline dominion, an altogether easier target, possessed of no less ether. It was 5 years ago, while you were busying yourself with the destruction of Drake's head, that the Empire made its move, subjugating its theretofore neutral neighbor. A nation which could legitimately claim to be the center of the world. Certainly, there is no better place to stage an army. From there, the Holy Empire's reach spans the Twins. The non-aggression treaty was the only thing keeping them in check. But if they truly broke the pact without provocation, it is only a matter of time before others reply in kind. The Holy Empire, the Dhalmekian Republic, the Kingdom of Waloed, and of course, our friends in Yaran. Who will be left standing, I wonder, when the last drop of blood is spilled.
You were born in Twinside. Do you not fear for your home?
Oh, dark clouds are wont to gather over the Dominion. Yet in spite of it all, she has ever endured. And when the storm has passed, I am confident she will remain. Now, as to the matter of payment for today's lesson, complete a simple errand for me and we shall consider ourselves even.
Even? Right.
Return this volume to old tomes in the shelves. Tell him it was, adequate.
I suppose it wouldn't hurt to visit our resident historian.
Alright, time to speak to Tomes. Wonder how everyone's been keeping on lately. Feel like we're just getting reintroduced to the hideaway, 5 years later in this game's timeline. Ooh, he's got a whole... Look at this. Tomes had a space for himself that was off to the side across from the tavern. Now your boy's got a whole library dedicated to all of his knowledge. Really, he done upgraded. But I'm wondering though, how does this place work when it rains? Cause y'all got a couple of bookshelves that are over some open spaces. Y'all got something that can cover that up? I'm just saying. Simeon's treasury. Treasure of Knowledge, Volume Ye 11th. Simon's Treasure of Knowledge, Volume Ye 11th, Ye Treasure of Beasts. Ye seas which gird about ye land of Alithion all sides doth churn most frothile, with diverse and deadly creatures. Among these are beasts far more prodigious in size than entire islands, yet come customarily as placid as ye very doldrums. Yet lo, when they do awaken, towering waves are driven forth, like in proportion unto great mountains. Ye peoples of ye outer seas, in which these creatures dwell, doth live in great terror of ye writhing isles, as certain chronicles make record of their being known. What's up, Tomes?
Norseman Harpocrates.
Now that is a name I have not heard for a long time. So long, in fact, I had half forgotten it was mine. Welcome home, Clive. You were missed, as always.
I believe this belongs to you. Vivian asked me to return it.
On Gods and Men, a heavy leather-bound tome containing the findings of one Anaximander. Anaximander of Conver, a renowned theologian. Theologian. Words! What are they today? Theologian who spent most of his life chronicling Valistia's diverse religious history.
Ready? Our resident scholar devours books faster than young Tet does lemon tarts. Would that I could do the same, but alas, I no longer possess the necessary constitution for such indulgence, either in words or tarts. That said, I have continued my search for mention of the creature you encountered at Drake's Head. But without access to the great libraries of Oriflamme or the Dominion, I regret that I have been able to find little and less. I am sorry.
Please, don't apologize. I'll send word to our associates. See if they can't furnish you with more books.
I fear it is not more books that I require, but the right ones. Mayhap we look in the wrong places. There are still libraries to the north.
I'll see what I can do.
You are too kind. There are not many in this world who would indulge the whims of a tired old historian.
Not too tired to go filching Kupo nuts, though. Always got a pocket for him. Nicks him off the Moogle.
Hush now. We all know there's no such thing as Moogles.
The twins seem well.
Aye. Yet they laugh far too little for one so young. The loss of their parents weighs heavy on them, however well they hide it. Titan took much from us that night, from some more than others, and the wounds that remain, they are not quick to heal.
Which is why we must give them all the time they need.
That we must. Just as I must give you the time you need to recuperate. Good day, Clive.
Good day.
Also, didn't notice.
Gav will be back soon. I should get some rest while I can.
Didn't notice that Clive's mark on his face, it's gone. His tattoo is gone. So did they burn it off? Because his brand, he's no longer branded, but there's just a scar in place of it now. I would love to learn the history behind that. But now I must return to my chambers.
Not back a blink and you're already off solving everyone's problems. It looks good, Clive. Goes well with the scowl.
I'd had that brand for so long. I'd forgotten what life was like without it. What it was like to be myself. And it's all thanks to you, Talia.
The scalpel did most of the work. Ah, before I forget, a rider was here with a letter from Gav. Otto left it on your desk.
Otto stole us. All right, I'll have a look.
And then you get some rest.
Well, that confirms my suspicions. They cut it off.
What could Gav have thought worthy of a letter?
They cut the brand off his face. I honestly thought it was burnt off. But, you know, cutting works too. Hello, Jill.
Otto was here earlier with a letter from Gav. He left it on your desk.
So, wall of memories. Treasures? What? What is this? The oath, created the day Clive pledged his allegiance to Cid. This crystal shard transfixed with twin daggers is a powerful reminder of a promise made, a friendship forged, and a legacy inherited. So I take it as I keep going, this place is just going to fill out with more and more treasures of my adventures. Nice. That's certainly interesting to me. But also, Jill, what you doing up in my room? The reading table. Reports, letters, and other important missives addressed to Clive are delivered to the reading table in his chambers. New messages are always arriving, so make it a point to check the reading desk upon returning to the hideaway. The Republic's play. And this is from Gav. The Republican army marches on the Empire at Twinside, and the men of the Rock have been summoned to the front. Something big is brewing, I reckon. I'll see you're done to wear upon my return.
What does Gav have to say?
The Republican army is on the march, leaving Randalar in Hugo Kupka's charge. With him and his men occupied with the defense of the capital, they're less likely to trouble us.
Good news, then.
It's more than that. This is our chance. The one we've been waiting for.
But look how far we've come. All that we have here, our friends, the hideaway, are they not cause for joy?
5 years. 5 long years. If I could only command this power I've been granted, we might have achieved so much more. But each time I reach for it, it's like something is holding me back.
Summoning an icon exacts a price not easily paid. Your body knows this only too well. It's merely trying to save you from yourself.
And every burden I cannot bear falls to you.
This mission of ours has made me question everything I thought I knew. But one thing has become abundantly clear. The crystals take more than they give. In exchange for momentary comfort, we must endure a lifetime of pain, war after war, loss upon loss. And now they rob us of our very homes, leaving naught but dust and ash. But you're trying to change that. We're trying to change that. And to me, that's no burden.
I know, but...
Try not to forget. We're only here because Joshua gave us a second chance. It would be a pity to waste such a precious gift.
He did. He was there. It wasn't an illusion. I heard him call out to Ultima. If Joshua is still alive, he'll be looking for that thing.
Do you think he will ever come back?
I know he will. And we must be ready when he does. To a world without mother crystals. To Sid.
Looks like our next location. Meanwhile... Oh, is that Joshua? Look at your boy Joshua! He look clean!
And so the North is lost.
I knew that the Blight spread ever more swiftly, Your Grace. But this is far, far worse than any could have imagined.
Wow,
It is only a matter of time before the twins are no more. The world marches ever closer to its end, and here we chase shadows. Tell me, brother, are our efforts in vain?
Seeing that the Blight has taken over not only Forest, but the entire mountain range as well. Even the mountains are being affected by this. That whole stretch is the Blight taking over everything.
Master Clive, a moment, if you... my apologies, I didn't mean to... intrude.
Not at all. We were just discussing strategy.
Speak freely, Otto.
It's Martha, from the inn. She's gone missing. Anyway, I'll be in the mess when you've finished.
Very well.
All right, perfect. The Gathering Storm.
What would make Martha leave the rest?
All right, let me help family bring the food up because they arrived, but I was waiting for the cutscene to be over. Let me bring that up, and then we'll continue. Hold tight, everyone. I thank you for your patience. You like how Clive looks like a war general while sitting at the table? I mean, he does fit the look. He went from being like this younger soldier who seen nothing but war and having to fight with the expectancy that he could die at any moment, to now looking like a person who's broken free of that fate and now working to literally change the world. The man is all fully dripped out, so he's already clean. So overall, yeah, he looks good. But let's meet up and speak with Otto and find out what's happened to Martha. Because if you remember, Martha is the lady in charge of the inn from that village we went to when we were on our way to Phoenix Gate. And she's also the person we talked to when it came to that priest and finding out that the fate that awaits those who wield magic in this world. They slowly petrify, with currently no cure in sight. So 5 years have passed, so I'm just curious as to what's happened to her and literally every place else after all this time.
What do we know, Otto?
Some lads from the Imperial garrison in Rosaria started a fight over at Martha's Rest. Blood was spilled, bones were broken. The usual. But somewhere in the middle of it all, Martha vanished without a word to anyone. And that ain't like her, Clive. Something's not right.
You think this was planned?
Course it bloody was. Ever since Eastpool, the Empire's been tightening its grip round the Duchy's balls. They've strung up everyone who's ever set eyes on a runaway, claiming they're traitors to the Holy Throne, conspiring to restore the House of Rosfield to power. And now it sounds like the bastards have turned their attentions to the pallbearers meek enough to stay put. Naturally, old Martha could see the way the wind was blowing, complained that it was getting harder and harder to take bearers in.
And now she's missing. If she's fallen into the hands of the Empire, we could be next.
Couple of curse breakers are already on their way to the inn. They should speed up the search. But if this is as bad as I think it is, you might end up having to save their asses and all.
Don't worry, Otto. I'll make sure everyone gets home safe.
There's something here that I want to bring to your attention. Notice how Otto was talking about people who seek to help runaways or people who are bears, get free, are traitors to the throne and conspiring to bring the Rossfields back to power. It just shows you how much of a threat the Rossfields were. Specifically, the king and his sons. They were so much of a threat that doing anything that's related to Clive is seen as a conspiracy to bring them back into power. Everyone else was so threatened by the Rossfields that the Empire sees that as an act of treason.
Here for another of my lectures?
View State of the Realm. Oh, that's cool.
Then I bid you good day.
We can look at the state of the realm, but we need to find the curse breakers themselves. Okay, that's a tubbing horn. We still can't talk to the Moogle about the bounty boards yet, so there's nothing we can do about that. Not yet. The Hideaway, Martha's Rest, Martha, and the Curse Breakers. Ah, okay. A unit, here's at least a way for you all to learn about what the Curse Breakers are. A unit drawn from those of fighting age and martial training among the residents of the Hideaway, who conduct operations to liberate bearers from slavery. Beginning as a loose collection of like-minded individuals in Sid's Hideaway who chose to rid themselves of their bearers' brands that they might serve the cause out in the field. The Order has greatly expanded both its ranks and its operations since the move to Benamir, all under Otto's watchful eye. So here's something I also want to bring up, because there was at the beginning, before this game even released, there was a discourse about the fact that you're not going to be seeing any people of color in this game. And mind you, Okay, all right. Family walked in. But I feel like there was a bunch of discourse. There was a bunch of discourse about how there weren't any people of color in this game. And the more you think about how the bearers are branded as inhumane and less than nothing, imagine what would happen if you saw like a black bearer in this game. And they were being treated like, you know, how black people were actually treated back in the day when slavery was still a thing. Imagine how much of an uproar people probably would have erupted if that sort of thing was to happen. So I'm actually glad that there's no people of color in this game, because then that would have opened a can of worms that Twitter would have just rolled with, and that would have caused more problems for the game's publicity and social standing, a whole lot more than not having people of color in this game. And it's a bit of a double-edged sword. There's some perks to having that in the game, but there's also some disadvantages. And unfortunately, you'll find that there's far more disadvantages than there are advantages. Like, it's nice to see, but there's just far too many problems. And it says that there's a side mission here at the hideaway. It's down here. Hold on, I want to see what this side mission is. We're going to be completing as many side missions as we can during today's stream, because you never know what we may end up with. So I probably won't pass up the chance to do all the side missions I'm able to.
Damn blighted bilge.
Is everything all right?
Aside from the holes in my hull, everything's roses.
The lake water doesn't agree with it, then?
That's one way of putting it. And unless you got some grand scheme to suck the black from the lake like we do in the atrium, that slurry will keep eating away at the timber like young Tech does our lemon tarts. Suppose a coat of pitch might stave off the rot for a moon or so, assuming we had any pitch, which we don't. Not any bloody more. Doubt the old tub's got more than a dozen runs left in him.
Of course, Obolus. Your skiff is our only means of reaching the mainland. Without it, we'd be lost.
Well, I'm glad someone round here sees it that way. To make pitch, you need pitch trees. But in case you haven't noticed, live trees are one of the 1,000 things sorely lacking in the Deadlands. Now, I'm not so unkind as to ask you to fell a faraway forest and lug the logs back here to the mere, which is why we'll be needing a suitable alternative. And it just so happens I once heard the thorny pitchers of Curltail Falls cover themselves in a sticky wax to trap birds and beetles and whatnot. Might be enough to tide me over.
Sounds easier than felling a faraway forest. That's for certain.
Quest accepted. So we need to kill some thorny thistles at Curltail Falls. Nothing wrong if you do side missions to overpower yourself. That's what you would have done. Yeah, I'm a firm believer in over-leveling myself. And if there's a way for me to go out on the maps and just kill enemies over and over, outside of doing story missions, I mean, y'all best believe I'm going to be doing that too. So let's go to the 3 reads. It's good to have Torgal with me. I haven't checked his ranking though. Has his ranking changed? Ah, it's gone up. First, the level he was at before, his pedigree level was, what was it? Loyal Hound or something. Now he's called the Fangs of Ruin. So needless to say, yeah, Torgal's definitely getting an upgrade. And Jill, you're here too. Thank goodness. We shall kill these monsters together.
Easier than felling a forest, I said. The trees don't have teeth.
Feel like I'm playing Birth by Sleep again with these shot locks. I am the Thunder. Discharge 50 Blind Justice Lightning Balls, excluding battles in the Hall of Virtue. Nice. Yeah, this is gonna hurt you. There's the wax we need. Do we need to kill more? I'm okay with killing more.
Can't imagine Obelisk needing any more than this.
No, we can just go straight back. But first, let's grab this loot. I love how you can just instantly go to the world map, then just go back to the hideaway, click your heals 3 times, and then you're already back there. Ah, there's no place like home. Love this game.
Finish with that log, Saxon.
Well, did you find me some wax?
Find is one way of putting it.
Ugh! Reeks like a chocobo's arse. I don't suppose the Argo will mind as long as he stays above the waves.
Argo? So your boat has a name? I didn't know.
Yeah. Same as me old man. He was a ferryman himself back before the Blight came. The boat's all I have left of him. And thanks to you, he'll sail another day.
I'm glad we were able to help out. And level up in the process. Beautiful. Ooh, Badge of Might +1. And let's go ahead and put that on. Gouge damage. I don't even use it all that much. So let's just increase our damage overall. Alright. Time to find the curse bearers. I'm still going to save up my points so that way I can get the next limit break gauge upgrade. So I probably won't spend my points on any other abilities other than that.
What happened here?
Uh-oh.
Come on. We need to find the others.
Yo, what happened? It's so dreary. People are on edge.
We're best off staying where we are for now, I reckon.
Let's get you to a physical, shall we?
I'm sorry.
Sid? What said you'd be coming?
I trust you don't mind. Also thought you might need some help. And it appears he was right.
You, could say that, yes. They're saying the Imperials ascended like a storm. No one was spared their fury. Martha tried to step in and calm things down, but all her efforts got her were a pair of iron shackles and a hard march.
Any idea where?
Judging by their tracks, they headed towards Sorrowwise Bay.
To the Abbey sheltering Martha's bearers.
The bastards. Jill and I will go after them. You take care of the people here.
We will. But, before you go, one of the locals heard something. He said the soldiers were talking about a culling. I don't know how big this is, but it doesn't sound good. Be careful out there, Sid.
You do the same.
Well, that's bad when the phrase culling is used in a sentence. Let's look that word up, shall we, so we can understand just how big this is. Alright, so, culling. Noun, reduction of a wild animal population by selective slaughter. That is the definitive definition from Oxford Languages. Also, the action of sending an inferior or surplus farm animal to be slaughtered. Yeah. So, they intend to kill all the bearers that she was taking care of. So we need to go to the Abbey, because that's where they took her.
Cole is right. That was no tavern brawl. It was a message.
But a culling. Bearers are the property of the Empire. The garrison wouldn't have the authority to act alone. The orders would have had to have come from higher up.
I almost thought that was the little boy.
Oi, look sharp!
We need to head to the Abbey right now. Oh, so I was originally thinking that enemies leveled with you, because certain enemies I came across were my level still. But seeing lower leveled enemies, it's just letting me know that, hey, you can in fact go across and beat up enemies who are lower level than you. So you leveling up actually feels like you're powerful.
Look, up ahead.
Is that Martha?
Martha, are you hurt?
Don't worry about me. It's them at the Abbey who need you. You have to do something.
Tell us what happened.
What happened? The damn Black Shields, that's what happened.
The Black Shields?
The bastards caught wind. The abbot and I were helping bearers. They were gonna hang us both. When the sick rose from their beds, poor souls turned on the Imperials. Distracted them long enough for me to get away.
Then they may still be alive. Martha, do you think you can make it back to the inn? Cole is there with the other curse breakers.
I think so. Thank you, Clive.
We gotta go, and we gotta go now.
Shields. Is this some sort of twisted joke? There has only ever been one Order of Shields in Rosaria, and they fought to defend all her citizens.
Seems a step too far, even for the Empire.
Old girl Annabella done got too used to her position. She always did see bears and anyone bears as like filth. And when Clive was shown not to be, look at Torgal. Look at the game's best boy, just, you know, full fang over fangin'. But Annabella always saw people who could use magic as inferior to the royal bloodline that she had. And when Clive was not chosen to be the dominant of the Phoenix, she basically looked at him like he was basically nothing. Like everyone else. Then...
Are we too late?
There might still be someone inside.
She pretty much orchestrated the whole assault on Phoenix Gate that pretty much resulted in almost everyone dying, including her own husband. Except Joshua, and she didn't care about anyone else. So yeah, I am ready to throw hands with... Oh...
No.
No.
Damn it.
I thought you lot were all spent.
Murderers. They drove the bearers to this.
Wait. These two aren't turned.
That bitch of an innkeeper must have sent them. Colluding with the enemies of the Empire is a serious offense.
Bring in all your friends.
And for their crimes shall they be punished. Such is the law. To dwell in darkness that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these our swords we swear.
How dare you speak those words? Have you no honor?
Clive.
This won't take long.
Now, here's the thing. Y'all fit is clean. But you must die. Clean. And y'all call yourselves shields? See, the entirety, all the good nature that the Rossfields had when Elwyn was in charge, all of that is basically gone now. They're an exact polar opposite for what the Rossfield family upheld. Well, mainly Clive, Joshua, and the dad did. And now because Annabella's in charge, she's pretty much just turned it into a whole nation of bear hunters and killers, where only the purest bloodline matters. She would fit in great with the Malfoys.
Is that all of them?
I think so.
I guess that's over. The Breath of Wind, Gouge. Reduces Gouge cooldown time by 3.0 seconds. Alright, I'll keep that in mind.
I didn't see the abbot. He may still be alive.
It's still messed up that these people did this to themselves. They literally took their own lives so that the Empire wouldn't kill them. I wouldn't mind bringing down an entire empire. I think that'd be fun.
The abbot.
No, he was cool.
The bearers died protecting him, calling upon what little magic they had left in their bodies.
Clive. He's breathing.
We're friends of Martha. We're here to help.
Are the Imperials dead?
They are. Every last one.
If only that were true. The Black Shields will return. The cuttings will continue. Rosaria will never be saved unless we save her. Tell Matt to beg Sid's aid and tell her this wasn't her fault.
I shall.
Sid! Where are you? Sid!
In here! We found a survivor!
Clive. He's gone.
Wow, he petrified completely. Actually, Psycho, I had to correct myself. They didn't kill themselves. Well, they did so indirectly, but they did it... they did it by basically using magic, which just hastened their petrification. So they died using magic to protect themselves and wound up killing themselves by petrifying. Gotta be careful, though. Sometimes the Empire, it strikes back. You're right, Amish. Also, hey, Amish!
We've laid the abbot to rest. But the bearers... they didn't need to die like this.
No, they didn't. But it was their choice. They knew the fate that awaited them and chose to meet it on their terms, fighting for those who fought for them.
Martha said they rose from their beds, threw themselves at the Imperials so she and the abbot could escape.
I've gathered the bearers' remains. We should consign them to the tide.
There's a drawbridge not far from here. Radix Jump. The currents there are swift. If the abbot was still with us, he'd have taken the dust there himself and performed the casting. I'll get someone to...
I'll do it.
Of course. Cole and I will remain here and see to the Imperials.
What a sad fate. Yeah, Torgal can handle his own. He's a good boy. Yep, going around the wrong way. We need to go around the long way. Evil Eye? Araman, rank C, with a bounty of 5,000. Bounty monsters? Oh, this is how I can get paid. Notorious marks. Every now and then, Clive may encounter creatures larger, faster, and more ferocious than most. While flight is also an option, defeating these notorious marks can earn him not only renown, but also rare materials that may be used to craft new gear or upgrade existing items. Oh, you got to die.
Do you think it's spotted us, Vogel? What am I saying? Of course it has. It's a floating eyeball.
Nice try.
Well done, Toggle.
Nice try. Too slow.
Ooh, look at that parry. I'm only able to get this. Nope, I need you to get away from that line.
Too slow. Nice try.
Okay, so in previous Final Fantasy games, Doom would be a status effect that could pretty much almost kill you if you weren't careful. I'm glad to see that it's a move that I can actually avoid if I'm, diligent about it. Notorious Mark slain. Gotcha. Plenty of experience, ability points, and money. Magicked ash and meteorites. So what's those down there? Is that renown?
You didn't see that coming.
Heh. I'm a lot tougher than you think. You're gonna have to get up pretty early in order to pull one over on me.
That must be the bridge.
Hold on, Clive. Let me toss this. There we go. Get this material.
So shall the waters cleanse thee of thy burden, and bear it out to sea.
And now they are truly free.
I hope so. What of the Imperials?
A pyre was made. It's more than they deserve. We should go back. Cole is worried about Martha.
All right.
You'll be happy to know that Martha's safe.
Thank you, Founder. Thank you, Phoenix.
Alright, time to check up on everyone else. Not only to chop off the Chick-fil-A that my family brought me for my lunch, they also got me like a chocolate brownie.
And they call themselves our country.
So needless to say, we got good eats.
No one survived then?
I'm sorry. Before he passed, one of them bade me tell you not to blame yourself.
Doesn't mean I won't. Doesn't mean their blood's not on my hands. Cole said you cast their remains. That was good of you. But it should have been me. This was all my fault.
How? You couldn't have known.
But I did. And I turned a deaf ear to the warnings like the fool I am. The rumors started moons ago. Of black-clad devils descending on villages in the dead of night to slit the throats of sleeping bearers. But I assumed it was all just nonsense concocted by the Empire. Nothing but a ghost story meant to make folk think twice about lending a hand to a fugitive bearer.
And in ordinary times you would have been right. What these Black Shields are doing is unthinkable. Which begs the question, why do it at all? My mother obviously has a hand in this. I cannot make sense of her actions.
And picking what goes on in that woman's head is a job for someone with more time on their hands. Right now, I need swords and men to wield them, preferably big ones. If those Imperials think they can come in here again and threaten my people, they're in for a rude awakening. Oh, before I forget, a Stolas from Otto landed just before you arrived. He asked me to tell you that Gav has returned.
Then we must as well. Will you be all right here, Martha?
We can stay longer if you wish.
No need. I'll be ready should the Imperials come calling. Though I wouldn't turn my nose up if you were to lend me a pair of them strapping young curse breakers.
Success. Black blood. All right. And it appears that we have someone in need of assistance.
Try not to move. You'll only make it worse.
Oi! You there! Don't just pass me by!
you handy with that sword of yours? Course you are. Bet you're a bloody marvel with the thing. Now, question is, are you willing to use it or not? 'Cause a flock of noble chocobos are in need of help.
Chocobos?
You heard me right. Wild birds? Hmm? The big ones? And not just any chocobos at that. Whiteheart and her flock are the bravest birds you ever did see. They protect travellers round these parts from bandits and the like.
Chocobos? Fighting bandits?
It's true. Why, they saved me from a gang of footpads only yesterday. Nasty lot they were too. And now they're back, looking to settle the score. Well, go on then. Don't just stand there. Go and help them.
All right.
There's a good lad.
Where can I find these chocobos?
I saw him cut across the way over yonder. The rotten scoundrels were driving the poor things towards the old dock. It's a dead end, that is. You save Whiteheart and her flock, you hear me? There ain't a pluckier bird in all the world. She's a hero to us locals. And don't worry, you'll know her when you see her right enough.
I'm sure I will.
And good luck to you. And give those no-good bastards a hiding from me.
This fight with Clive and his mother reminds you of what Hercules and Hera always do in the show. Are you talking about the Disney show? Because I have no idea what that's like. But
Whiteheart. That's quite a name for a chocobo.
I'm of the mindset of me going through this game where I cannot risk missing a side quest. So, if there are side quests to be done, I will do them all. On my first playthrough, I will do them all.
A white feather. I thought Ambrosia was one of a kind. Speaking of brave birds.
Oh, the live action one.
Looks like they went that way.
Are you talking about like the live action TV show with Kevin Sorbet? Fatal Attraction. Defeat 5 enemies in the air after using Deadly Embrace. The ability to grab your enemy from a distance. I think that's a skill, aside from, you know, teleporting away, like with dash-ins and stuff. I feel like that's a cool ability as well.
These chocobos aren't going down without a fight.
Yep, bandits found out that chocobos are basically just giant emus, and or cassowaries. And cassowaries are fully capable of disemboweling a regular human being.
We got you cornered, Feathers. You didn't think you seen the last of us, did you?
You'll see this.
You've been bad for business. But I reckon someone will pay good coin to mount your head on their wall.
Not around here, they won't.
Her? And why's that, eh?
Because she's something of a hero in these parts. You hurt her, and I hurt you.
us off. Or better still, how about we hurt you both?
All right then. But don't say I didn't warn you.
Oh, he about to get hurt. Hold on. See that you're saying, can I ask what other streamer you know or watch from YouTube? Tons of them. Game Grumps, Smitty. The Super Gaming Bros just returned. Like a... I watch quite a few. And sometimes I'll watch a couple of VTubers from time to time. But I tend to frequent Game Grumps and Smitty a whole lot. But yeah, I watched the SGB return of them playing Mario Party, because they've been gone for about a good 3 years, because we thought that was going to be the last we see of them, but that was also because the pandemic happened. You heard of Speed and Kai? Do you mean like, I only do Speed, or I am Speed, and then Kai Sanat, or whatever his name is? If they're on Twitch, I probably don't watch them, because I'm not on YouTube. I've probably heard of them, but Speed is just too boisterous and way too loud for me to find him entertaining. The fact that he has millions of followers, and I'm like, okay, what am I doing wrong? But his content is not something that interests me at all. I'm not into people that, you know, are ridiculously loud for the sake of being loud, and they somehow garner such a massive following because they, you know, throw dignity out of the window and then just, you know, be extra. That doesn't interest me. That doesn't seem entertaining to me. But I guess I'm just one person that doesn't find them entertaining, whereas millions of other people do. So I guess people are really into that. But yeah, I don't watch them because they're just not what I consider entertaining. But that's just me. I love how the lightning changed between everyone, regardless of distance. Look, I'm doing all this dodging now, but as soon as I get my hands on Titan, where I'm able to just dodge whenever, I mean, block and parry whenever. I'm sorry, who called hounds? There we go. Oh yeah, eventually I'm going to be able to get the power of Titan, because that's one of the abilities you get in the demo. Like Ramu, that's who I got. Like this, the power that... Okay, so see that? Pay attention to the top left corner. What you see up there, well, you can't really see it right now, but after the event with Sid, I now have access to the power of Ramu. If we go to the abilities, this is me being attuned to the Phoenix. This is me being attuned to Garuda. And this is me being attuned to Ramu, thanks to Sid. So now I have Ramu's abilities, such as Blind Justice, which is that shot lock ability you saw me do earlier. Of course, we have Pile Drive, which I kind of want to unlock, but I said I was going to wait until I got 2,000 so I can max out my limit break gauge. And then we have Thunderstorm, which is that ability you saw me use beforehand. We also have Lightning Rod, which is going to be a fun ability to use. And then, of course, we have Judgment Bolt, which is the super attack for Ramuh's toolset. Now, as you can see here, there are spaces for 4 more abilities I can get my hands on, such as Titan, Bahamut, Odin, and Shiva. So basically, Clive is what you would call an anomaly of an individual, since he can apparently gain the powers of all other dominants, where the concept is really foreign to him. Like this, the power of Ramuh. Odin? Oh, yeah. Yeah. All the dude. All of them, man. All of them. Bahamut and Odin. They on my list. We gonna get them. It's not even a question. Because you see Clive using the abilities of every icon in gameplay videos leading up to this game's release. Odin is up there. Bahamut is up there. Titan is definitely up there because the demo featured his Titan abilities. We gonna be powerful, man. We are literally the Avatar, but the Avatar for gods, basically. And I'm just messing around here when I shouldn't be. Whoa! I never tried using pile drive before. I never tried using pile drive before. Yo, just a big old electrical explosion. That was a nice finisher, though. Oh yes, it is. That is immensely awesome. I can't wait to see where we end up. So I wonder who's the final dominant. At least the ones that we obtain, I don't know. But there's a bigger enemy that we have to worry about, Cdes. Because before we gained the power of Ramuh, this individual called Ultima showed up. And basically is the one pulling the strings by trying to have all this stuff happen. Because apparently Clive is seen as a vessel for this Ultima type individual. Like, we've already faced off against Typhon, which is, I don't know, something that serves this Ultima being, but apparently Clive is unique to the point where this Ultima individual wants to claim Clive as his vessel. And I don't know if it's because Clive is unique in being able to house the powers of all the icons in his body, but we don't know what the true end goal for this villain is. But we'll find out as we continue to play. You sure, knowing Final Fantasy, there's always a real enemy behind an enemy? I feel like Ultima's the big bad. Even though we got all these people in the real world, we got Ultima in the background. Yeah, you was there when Sid died. Yeah, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting that there are certain people here during stream sometimes, but it's...
Let's go.
I just can't wait to find out. Wait! Yo! Whiteheart is his dad's chocobo!
Ambrosia.
Yo, I knew it looked familiar.
It's you. You survived.
I was about to say, wow, that chocobo looks just like his dad's. And it turns out that it's the same one.
And you found yourself a flock.
Oi! Is it over? I thought I'd come and see how you were getting on. Oh, you sorted the bastards then. I knew you would. And the whole flock made it through unscathed.
Thankfully, they did. And not only that.
Well, I'll be. I never stopped to think our hero here might once have been someone's mount. Though I dare say she'd suit a fine fellow like yourself. Reckon our feathered friend must have learned a thing or two from her master. Kind-hearted warrior that you are. Bird like her would have cost a princely sum. You born a lord or something?
Well,
Oh, no, sorry. I didn't mean to pry. Don't matter who you are. You done right by me.
What is it, girl?
She wants her master back, I reckon. Told you. And it seems her pals agree.
Is that it? You want to come with me?
Well, bugger me if this ain't a heartwarming sight. The lads down the stables will be hearing about this tonight. Oh, stay right where you are.
It'll happen, CJS. It'll happen. I appreciate your compliments. I truly do. They mean the absolute word. Oh, did we get him out? Did we get him out? Let's go!
Doesn't she cut an handsome figure, eh?
She does indeed. How much do I owe you?
Ah, a few scraps of leather's the very least I owe old Whiteheart. Oh, I'll be sad to see her go, of course. But she's earned her right to happiness and more besides. Don't you worry, we'll get along just fine without her. You hear that, Whiteheart? You've earned yourself some time off. You have fun traveling with your master now. You seem awful familiar now I get a proper look at you. That's it. When those chocobos swarmed my cart on the road, didn't you? No, that can't be right. That fellow was a bearer.
Must have been my double.
Oh, must have been, eh? Oh, that'll be the excitement getting to me. Silly sod that I am. Pay me no mind. Anyhow, best be on my way. Good luck to the both of you.
Alright, this is the same dude that scoffed at me when he needed my help earlier on when we first arrived here.
For now. I'll call you when I need you.
You know, 5 years ago. Quest complete. Clive looked like he wanted to slap somebody. I mean, he is talking to the dude that scoffed at him being like, ugh, it's a bloody bearer. Ambrosia's tack, a bespoke saddle and blinders worn by Clive's childhood chocobo Ambrosia. Displayed in Clive's chambers. Hey, we got a new treasure. Chocobo unlocked! Oh, this is nice. You are so underrated. Once again, thank you for the compliment, Cdes. I mean, hey, I'm here to entertain people, regardless of the number, whether it's 4 people, 40, or 400, or even 4,000. I'm here for the entertainment of the masses. Mount up! After 18 long years, Clive has finally been reunited with his faithful steed. Why a white chocobo instead of yellow? Why not? Why not? I can't think of any color that fits the, rightful ruler of Rosaria better than a white chocobo. Hold R3 while in the field to summon Ambrosia and X to mount the chocobo. Nice.
Let's go.
When you ride alone, ride Ambrosia for the first time.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh, we riding in style. We riding in style. This is definitely gonna help me get back and forth to locations.
You deserve a rest.
And Ambrosia's gone, so that she's not just lingering on the screen like a car in Cyberpunk. So, that's nice.
This won't be easy.
Break the hind parts. Nice. All right, we're done here. Let's go ahead and head back to the hideout. Bruh, what a... See? It's a good thing we did that side mission. Because had I ignored it and thought, like, you know what, I should just get back to the hideaway. Had I ignored it, I never would have gotten a mount that'll help me go throughout the world. Do all the side missions. That's simply a rule right now. Do it all.
Where's Gav?
Speak to Gav. And while he's speaking, I can finish off the rest of my nuggets from Chick-fil-A while they're still, warm enough to be called nuggets. Gav! It's good to see you.
Ah, Clive! Oh, I've missed that scowl.
Where's my report?
What, no kind words for your old pal Gav?
If it's kind words you're after, you're fishing in the wrong barrel. Now sit down, you fool.
So, you remember how quick the Empire was to occupy the Dominion after the fall of Drake's head? And how pissed off all the other nations were that they didn't think to do it first?
Half a century of independence gone at the whim of a madman. So much for their bloody treaty.
Clearly, the promise of unblighted land and the world's supply of crystals was too much for his radiance to resist. And now the Republic's finally decided to follow suit, using liberation as an excuse to declare war on Sambrek. Lined up right outside the Dominion's gates as we speak, looking to starve the Imperials into submission.
And now all eyes are on the Strait of Author.
Well, the two nations beat their shields. The rest sharpen their daggers, ready to set upon the war-weary victor. They'll never see us coming. It's time we moved on the mother crystals. 4 mother crystals remain in Storm and Ash. Drake's Breath near Ironhome. Drake's Fang in Dhalmekia. Drake's Spine in Waloed. And Drake's Tail here in the Crystalline Dominion.
With the bulk of the Republican army marching to Twinside, Drake's Fang will be left exposed.
That is exactly the move Kupka would anticipate. And if there is anything these past 5 years have taught us, is that he loves his traps. There is one place, however, where nobody will be expecting us to go.
Drake's Breath.
There's a shitload of sea between us and it, and I've never been much of a swimmer.
I have an acquaintance in Port Isolde who may be able to help.
Who's that then?
My uncle, Byron Rossfield.
Lord Byron Rossfield of the 7 High Houses, the trade magnate with holdings in over 100 cities. Wait, Rossfield. And you're a Rossfield, of course.
My uncle's name gave him his start in the world, but it was his acumen which earned him his fortune. Along with a handsome fleet of ships.
Well, it's settled then. What are we waiting for, eh? Huh?
Wow, ain't gonna give a brother a moment to finish feeding on his, eating up his food. New facilities! The following hideaway facilities are now available. Alliant Reports, the Patron's Whisper, and the Hunt Board. All 3 are located near Otto in the Mess.
What are we waiting for, indeed?
I think it's alright to touch.
What do you need? What do you want?
Alright, so there doesn't appear to be anything that I can upgrade at the moment. Nope, nothing I can upgrade at the moment.
And?
So let's see what type of side missions and stuff that we got. So the Gathering Storm, journey to Hawk's Cry Cliff. I feel like we may encounter another icon as we go through this game today. Let's make it a solid 4 hours, maybe a 4 hours and 30 minutes. Let's see, because I'm feeling generous today. Nectar!
Clive, there you are, Koopa. I've been looking all over for you.
What's the matter, Nectar?
The matter is this, Koopa.
The Hunt Board? It's where the Cursebreakers post sightings of particularly fearsome beasts. Those that might pose a threat to our operations if they were left to roam free. Just because they can't be dealt with when they're spotted, doesn't mean they can't be dealt with later. Was that what you wanted to know?
Of course not, Koopa. I knew all that already. And that's why I need your help. As I need not remind you, Koopa, I am the mightiest of all the Moogles. No fiend of the Forest or ghoul of the Greenwoods.
Well, so much for reading that. Right. You gotta be a fast reader.
Well, leaving your mightiness aside for the moment, the people of Valisthea are going through a lot already. What with the Blight and the war, the last thing they need is ungodly fiends terrorizing them on top of everything else. So if the Cursebreakers are too busy to help, then perhaps I can. Or at least I can try.
All right, so what do we have on the hunting board? Can they be done repeatedly? Reports of fiends terrorizing the countryside are posted to the hunt board in hopes that fearless heroes, such as Clive, will take it upon themselves to hunt down and slay the notorious marks. So we've already taken down the Ahriman. We've already taken that thing down. A member of the Blood Axis stationed at Martha's Rest reported that he had been set upon in the marshes by an otherworldly horror with a single staring eye. It flew at him on bony bat's wings, scratching at him with claws black as night and sharp as razors. Naturally, he fled in terror. But if a battle-hardened blood axe cannot cope with the mere sight of such a creature, what hope do the rest of us have? And that's a C rank. Then we have the Angel of Death. A trader coming by the way of Caer Norvent met with a troop of cursebreakers traveling in the opposite direction and warned them of a wicked winged harpy on the road ahead, his eyes wild and flickering. Though the cursebreakers saw nothing untoward on their own journey through their pass, the sound of cackling laughter from the trees ensured that they kept up a brisk pace. And that's the C rank as well. And then we have the Belphegor. Reports have been received of a wild avis of striking size making its nest atop the hill adjacent to Eastpool. Though all efforts are being made not to rouse the beast's ire, it is surely but a matter of time before it needs to feed. I hereby petition any brave volunteers to march to the northern border, that we may cut the fiend down before it makes trenchers of the nearby villagers. Okay. So that's on the bounty board. Let's keep that in mind. And there's some other people that we can talk to. Not her. Ah, here. Here we go. Desiree!
Oh, Clive. Welcome to the Patron's Whisper.
The Patron's Whisper? Does that mean someone else is taking care of our friend's donations?
Oh, no. That's still me. It's just Karen has her toll, Blackthorn has his hammer. I thought a new name might liven things up. I still catalogue every item that arrives, in addition to setting aside those tokens of appreciation the sender has specified are to be presented to you personally. Would you like to see if we have any? Your benefactors are a generous lot.
The Patron's Whisper. Completing side quests will earn Clive renown, inspiring nameless benefactors from across the Twins to donate money or items to Clive's cause. Visit Desiree at the Patron's Whisper and the Hideaway's Mess to view current renown level and accept any donations available. Oh, so the more side missions I do, the more famous I become, and the more money pours into the Hideaway. Nice. Most excellent indeed. So, here. Talk of the tea house. Respect. Oh, this is donations I can accept.
You earned this.
All right, donation accepted. Valley Matter, Bloody Hide, 400 free ability points. Respect. Okay, so here's the thing. Talk of the tea house. Your merry band of outlaws and its dashing deeds of daring do are all the talk amongst the ladies of the court. We have gathered together several items of worth that you might continue your gallantry. Heart-struck Dowager. And then respect. Oh, there's one built on pride, but it does not mean we are too proud to give thanks where thanks is due. We may have failed Martha once, but never again. The Blood Axis, and we get a meteorite for that.
All yours.
Alright, this donation will be available upon achieving a renown rating of 85. And then, more donations will become available upon achieving a renown rating of 100. So, this, I can get a Berserker ring. Interesting. Gout, what you got?
How are you doing?
Hopefully, me progressing 5 years didn't have me miss out on any missions. And there are no side missions currently.
Can help.
At least out there with everyone else. We need to make our way down here. Yeah, we need to make our way over there so we can find out what's going on. Complete that side mission, then continue on with the story. Skipping steps does not make you faster. It doesn't. Jumping doesn't make you faster unless that's the actual approved method.
Won't be long now, Martel. They'll try your... Sid, I was hoping to speak to you.
Is everything all right?
Oh, yeah, it's just... Well, as you know, we've been trying to grow fruit down here.
It's good to know that something of the old hideaway still lives on.
Martel's pride and joy. It was a sapling when she rescued it from the rubble, but look at it now. All our hard work's finally paying off. I took it on, you see, after she died, and now the fruit's finally ready to eat. And not only is it ready, it's actually tasty. Sweet as you like, in fact. She bred the bitter right out of it.
Impressive. And welcome news to more than a few, I'd say.
I thought this first harvest could go to the curse breakers, on account of all they do for the hideaway. You couldn't take them some, could you? Seems better them coming from you.
Sure, our renown will go up and we get paid.
It'll be nice being the bearer of good news for a change.
Oh, thank you. She always had a soft spot for that lot, see? And once they've had their share, I'll see to it that everyone else gets some. Here you go. Martel apples, they're called, in honor of her memory.
Wait, Martel is...
Today's finally the day.
Martel isn't the one we were sent out to find earlier to help the dude. That's not the same Martel, is it? Because if it is, wow.
Did you come through the forge today?
Okay, y'all hoarding secrets in the back of my room and y'all ain't tell nobody? How y'all just gonna keep all the good stuff in the back and not tell anyone, oh, we just put like a chest in the back of your room that's got some stuff you could probably use later. Thank you. Appreciate it. Very much. But no, it's all like, we'll let him figure it out. That's literally how it is. And Psycho, earlier you said the way they're planning on the map, it looks like they're playing chess. Or shogi. Or shogi.
You two look like you could use something to eat. Here. Courtesy of Martel.
Martel. Now, where have I heard that name before?
Weren't she the girl from the furrows?
Course she was. An odd sort, that one. Loved plants more than people.
Aye, and brave as a bane might. Remember when she ran back into the hideaway to collect them trees when Titan attacked? Wait.
These aren't those apples, are they? Well, I'll be. She'd have been proud, and rightly so. Thank you, Sid.
Others weren't so lucky, though.
A gift from the backyard. For your service.
Blimey, these take me back. I haven't seen a hideaway apple since. Old Sid was the only one who could stomach the things. He'd nab them right from the branch, make Martel livid. Not that anyone could stay mad at the man for long.
That sounds like the Sid I knew, all right.
Planning on keeping that lot to yourselves, were you? Hang on. These aren't Martells, are they? I'm glad to see someone carried on what she started. Can't have been easy, not in the Deadlands. Reckon she'd be happy knowing all her hard work didn't go to waste. Clive, tell the lad down in the backyard to run some over for me, will you?
Not so much as a thank you. Well, I've got some manners at least. Thanks, Sid. You can leave the basket with me. I'll see that the others get their share. Oh, and give our compliments to the gardener, won't you?
That was the last of the apples. I should head to the backyard and pass along everyone's regards.
I'm so sorry y'all heard me smacking in the background. I was eating one of the brownies. I am so sorry.
That room's as ragged as...
Think it's all right to touch him?
And this is the only side mission, so we can press on with the next story mission. And we're getting close to 2 hours, which means that I really need to pick up the pace so we can do some more story missions.
The Cursebreakers sent their thanks. And their compliments. They were clearly very fond of Martell.
They remembered her. After all these years. I suppose she was very kind, even to a tongue-tied lummox like me. You were one of the good ones, Martell. Why did you have to die? She put everything into her work. She wasn't going to rest until we had fruit sweet enough to enjoy. And now we do. When she died, I named a sapling after her. And now it's a full-grown tree. Martell lives on through the fruit it bears.
And through you. Her dream would have died with her, had you not kept it alive. That's something to be proud of.
I didn't do anything really, but thank you. You're kinder to me than I deserve.
By the way, Otto's expecting some of your crop. And I wouldn't mind some of it either, if that's not too much to ask.
Of course not. I'll see that you're both well provided for. They like your fruit, Martell. Isn't that wonderful? I'd say it's about time we planted you some siblings, don't you think?
Quest complete. Renown has gone up, and so have our ability points. We're gonna need a couple more if we want to max out our limit break gauge. But I don't think there's any more side missions here. Nope, no more side missions. Time to make the journey to a new location. To Hawk's Cry Cliff. Southern Rosaria, from these heathered from these heathered highlands. One might catch a glimpse of Rosalith Castle and everything else in between. And Rosalith Castle is where everything started. So if we can get there, perhaps we'll run afoul of dear old Mommy Dearest. Out of all the characters you've seen in all the Final Fantasy games, Clive officially become your favorite character from all of the games, not because of how powerful he is, but because of his personality. Yeah, he is portrayed as incredibly human for a person who's able to wield the power of gods. You feel for him a lot more than any other character.
Do you think it was wise to leave, Gav? He didn't seem pleased.
I needed his eyes and nose in Dhalmekia. I'm not about to let Kupka take us unawares. Besides, he has a knack for that sort of thing.
That he does.
And wasn't it Sid who said that matters such as these are best left to dominance? Especially should one of his beloved opportunities to grow and change present itself.
I always knew that I would return one day. Return to Ironhome.
For what?
After learning the truth, you were given the chance to face your past. If I am to continue at your side, I must do the same.
We will face it together then.
To the end.
I've never seen two individuals who scream, "Just kiss already!" than these two characters. I mean, it literally is in every scene they're together. All I get is...
How far do you think your mother's reach extends? Will we find the same tragedy in the south as we did at Martha's Rest?
More than likely. Which is why we should hurry. There are still many settlements between here and Port Isolde. We visit as many as we can and hear their stories. Starting with the village of Amber.
Well, all right. Hold on. Give me a sec so I can put my straw into my tea. Then we'll press on. I'm done eating all of my food. The only thing left is to drink, and that's it. There won't be any more interruptions. I know I was kind of, sidelining a lot of my commentary simply because I was eating. But that's over with. No more distractions. No more interferences. No more interruptions. The only thing that matters at the end of the day is the entertainment that is this video game. Let us move on. After I drink. Note to self, if you're trying to drink something sweet, try not to eat something sweet beforehand. Otherwise, that drink becomes less sweet. Hey, that's where we need to go anyway. Real quick, let me check the trophies for this game, for combat trophies, because I want to try and achieve those. Execute and land 2 heat wave counters in a single battle. Land gouge, wicked wheel, and rook's gambit in midair before landing, excluding battles in the Hall of Virtue. Okay. All right, so the one that'll probably be trickiest will be never coming down, but I'm just saying that now. That's just me saying it now. Actually, hold on. Let me look at my abilities. All right, Rook's Gambit. Gouge, Deadly Embrace, Wicked Wheel. So it wants me to achieve all of this, but it only allows 2 abilities to be slotted. So does it expect me to master Rook's Gambit so I can have it on a different ability set? That way, if I use both Gouge, Wicked Wheel, switch to another one, and then hit Rook's Gambit so I can get all 3 of them at once? I believe that's what they mean. All right. Let's move on. From now on, no more interruptions. Oh, wow, I skipped the road just to get here. I took the scenic route.
Mockery of justice is what it is. Lord Elwyn would never have stood for this.
Quiet, you! Thought they were loyalists.
Jill, look.
Rosaria must be cleansed of the stain which befouls her, that she might rise once again from the ashes to welcome a new dawn. 'Twould be a pity to make examples of you all, for the transgressions of but a handful.
Of course, your lordship. You shall have our full cooperation.
Now, I know they're my enemies, but those soldiers have some very clean armor.
What business could the Black Shields have in a village this small? There's barely room to hide a bearer.
Then they must be here for something else.
I mean, you don't often see armor that's black and gold with gold trimming all that often. You don't really see it. So when you do see it, it's clean.
Excuse me, but what was all that about earlier?
You haven't heard? Someone's been stirring up trouble. There have been attacks on the garrison, supplies stolen. They even say a Black Shield was murdered. The Empire wants answers, and what the Empire wants, Empire gets.
Don't they just?
Keep your ears open, eh? The Black Shields will pay good coin for information on the culprits. You'd have to be dull as a sack of stones to think you could take on the Empire. What with their 100 full legions? 100? I heard there were 1,000.
What I wouldn't give for a Final Fantasy Musou game, where you get to play as your favorite characters against legions of enemies, soldiers, monsters, insert fodder type of enemies here. And you're playing as all your favorite, not just heroes, but villains as well. Imagine playing as Sephiroth against an endless tide of monsters, or an endless tide of soldiers, or an endless tide of whatever, or a boss rush with Sephiroth. Imagine how much fun a Final Fantasy Musou game could be. There's so many opportunities that's not being reached here. Also, Bandai is supposed to be having a game showcase on the... It's supposed to be happening sometime in July. Hold on. I put it up in the Discord. Let me check. Yeah, the 1st of July, which is coincidentally my 1-year anniversary of me going full-time on this channel. On the 1st of July, at like 7:30 Eastern Standard Time, they're going to be having a new showcase of new games and new game announcements. If we don't get a brand new Musou game that isn't Samurai Warriors or Dynasty Warriors announced, or a brand new anime game that isn't Naruto just reassembled into a Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm games just reassembled into a big old massive collection, I will call it a complete and utter bust. Because we need more anime games. Where's our Bleach game? Where's our Jujutsu Kaisen game? Where's our My Hero Academia action RPG or Musou game? Because a Battle Royale My Hero Academia game, yeah, that's I see that as low-hanging fruit. You can do so much better than just Battle Royale.
You seen him, didn't you?
I'm sorry.
The Black Shields. Just now. You seen him, didn't you? At least I think there was a Black Shields. Can't say I ever saw one before.
Was this the first time they visited the village?
What do you think? Amber's the arse end of nowhere. And they thought we might be harboring firebrands. Huh. If only we were. I might have turned them in and become a Black Shield myself.
You don't think these firebrands the Empire is looking for could be us, do you?
I don't know. But we need to find out.
If they are us, I mean, we're right here. If y'all want to throw hands, I'm ready.
Greetings, friend. We are travelers.
I know that. What do you want?
We couldn't help noticing those Imperial soldiers who were here earlier.
Don't you go telling these strangers a thing. I speak for the people of this village, and we have nothing more to say to you. You are to leave Amber and never come back.
May I at least ask why?
I don't know who you are or what brings you here, but your presence puts us all in grave danger. The Empire is a harsh master. Its demands are great, and its justice swift. But as long as we keep our heads down and pay our tributes, we are left alone. Some might call it submission. But if it will spare my people the Viceroy's wrath, then I will gladly submit. This village will not become another East Pool.
Then we shall be on our way. These people live with a knife to their throats. In the mistaken belief that if they cooperate, my mother will show them mercy.
Maybe we should put a knife to your mom.
Obedience bought with fear.
Are you all right?
Sorry, It's nothing. We still don't know who the Black Shields are looking for.
Well, whoever they are, the Imperials deem them worth pursuing to the back of beyond. But other than Martha, who else in Rosari would have the courage to stand against the Empire? A new ally would certainly be welcome. Can we find them before the Imperials do? Perhaps the next village will yield more answers.
Perhaps.
Oh, well. We tried.
Come on. Fly, Ambrosia. This pass will take us through the mountains.
And directly into the path of whoever or whatever lurks here.
I have a feeling that we may need to get off of Ambrosia, because we could be fighting. Yep, that's wide open spaces. That's definitely an area where we could be fighting. Yep, we got ancients. We got ancient mechs here.
Straight home now.
I love that you can call in Ambrosia whenever. And things go into slow motion just like a shot lock from Kingdom Hearts. I mean, then again, the people who are working on Kingdom Hearts 4 helped with this game.
What do you think is waking them? The mother crystal's collapse?
I have an idea. You're going to like it.
Woohoo! That's a lot of damage. Put this to good use, Jill. Go ahead and smack on one for me. Go ahead. Do it. Do it. Smack him. Thank you, Torgal. You missed your opportunity, Jill. Okay, so there's this way, and then there's that way. Alright, so we've already been here to Amber. Then there's this whole section that stretches over here. Alright, so either side wouldn't have mattered. Woo! Oh, I love Torgal. Torgal, my man. Torgal's such a good boy. And he's still the Fangs of Ruin, so he hasn't even reached the height of his power yet. I wish I looked at Torgal when his rank was at rank 1 so you could see the different stages of Torgal. Oh. Oh, we got soldiers. We got soldiers. Perfect. I need to see how much more powerful I can become. Black shield. He's about to be a black and blue shield. Take out the healer. Curious if once you beat everyone, would that be the whole thing at the end of the game? I know there's New Game Plus. I think there's a certain max level you can reach in the first playthrough, but the level cap increases on the second playthrough. You want to do live streams, but you just have old games and you'll just do it with Elder Scrolls Skyrim? There's nothing wrong with that. Everyone loves Skyrim. Skyrim's a good game to play. I've played it multiple times. So it's literally whatever you want to do. If you find enjoyment in it, then do it. It's on bootleg. You got a bootleg Skyrim? I didn't think such a thing was possible. Come on, 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 come on! Level up! I mean, would you be a king of the whole thing at the end of the game? It's something so simple. Nothing so simple. I don't imagine something that simple would happen. Like, oh, you cleared out all the mother crystals. Well, time for a happy ending and you're the king of the world. I highly doubt that something like that's ever gonna happen. Bull's Horn Braid. Okay. Alright, what is this? Bullhorn's Braid. Increases lunge damage by 5%. Ah, okay. Didn't think Final Fantasies would still use them lame creatures? Why not? Why not? They're a staple for Final Fantasy. Like, it wouldn't be a Final Fantasy game if you didn't have like a bomb creature to fight against. It just wouldn't feel right.
to fight.
Alright, so unlike other previous RPGs that I've played recently, you can definitely feel like there's a difference when it comes to power because, I mean, normally those things would, last a lot longer against me, but I have stronger weapons and I'm leveling up. So these things that normally would be like an obstacle for me, it's more so like, you're just an annoyance right now. And once I start power leveling myself and just going around beating up people and beating up creatures,
Enough of you are there. Stay down.
I love how I can dash in midair and it's not just restricted to the ground. Ooh, crippled. Every time you get in a battle and you see them, you escape. They ain't worth your time and energy. This is something Jin Woo would do. He would definitely stay outside as long as he wants and just defeat creatures over and over again until he's at the level, until he's comfortable with being over leveled. See this. You need to understand that solo leveling ignited a fire within me when it comes to video games. Now, the game has to have like a good sense of progression where I can fully enjoy leveling up. And the pursuit of power, like the power progression, is so tantalizing that I don't mind staying up hours just to feel more powerful by leveling up 5, 10, 15, 20 times in a row. Grind sessions dedicated to becoming more powerful than my enemies. That's what reading solo leveling has done to my perspective of video games. Because if it doesn't allow me to do that, then I don't necessarily show much interest in it. It has to meet that criteria.
Blood, Clive.
And still wet.
You were told to stay in your homes.
The Black Shields.
You know who we are. And still, you would bear your steel.
Yes.
Why then? We owe you our thanks. You have saved us the trouble of an interrogation. To dwell in darkness, that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these, our swords we swear.
Say that again. I'll show you a true shield of Rosario.
Look at your boy parrying. No, you're gonna get it first because you tried to hit me. You're gonna get it first. Blind justice! Okay, sorry. We gotta get the healer. Healer down. No more heals for you! Let's see if I can get the parry on purpose. Nope. Yep, got it on purpose. You dare to sully the name of the shields. You will pay for your transgressions. Who told you can get close to the red line? Get over here. Told you you're on the 10th listening to my solo leveling? Dude, how many times have you listened to me read through solo leveling? I never thought I'd hear that someone's looked at my stuff more than 10 times. About 10 times. That's surprising to me. Wow. Back to the spoils.
Tell me what I want and the end will be swift. Who are you looking for?
Why, you. We come bearing a message. Your friends have been found. The branded you freed from our camps. They await you in Ordeal. Guardians of the Flame.
Those are Old Hill's gates.
Then we hurry.
Oh, make for the all deal. Docs, we gotta go. We gotta go now. It's just your narration and expressions and etc. just seem right on spot. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I am ready to throw hands.
Find something, boy. Death.
What happened? What did they do?
Found her.
Oh my goodness.
This was my mother's doing.
But why? Why would anyone?
I don't know. I never truly understood her. But this...
Oh, Clive.
I will learn what madness drives her, and I will end it.
About time.
We should go.
Annabella had this coming ever since the demo.
We can't leave them here like this.
We won't. But if the Black Shields have made it this far south, they may already be in Port Isolde.
Oh no, we taking them all out. And everyone here. They killed everyone here. And then strung up the bears. I tell you what. Who's his mama? Shiva? No, Jill is Shiva. This was established at the beginning of the game, but Jill is Shiva. She's the dominant of Shiva. His mom is just some prissy little royal who thinks that her bloodline is far more important than anybody else. And when I say anybody else, I mean everyone.
Though I doubt the Empire would let us cross over to Rosalith.
She's basically one with the mindset of the Malfoys from Harry Potter, where our pure blood is what matters at the end of the day, and anyone who's a bear who can use magic is basically an abomination and should be treated as a monster. Like, even when she and the thing is, Clive is her son, and Joshua is her son. But she looks at Joshua as the only thing that matters to her because he awakened as the dominant of the Phoenix instead of Clive, who only got the Phoenix blessing but not become its dominant. But she looks at Clive like he's less than nothing. Even though he's incredibly capable as a human being, she looks at him as little more than just an obstruction that's in her way. So she helped orchestrate the events that led to the death of his father, the supposed death of Joshua, which we find out what wasn't true, and the destruction of Phoenix Gate. And even had her own handmaidens killed. We still don't know why, but hopefully Mommy Dearest will be able to explain to us why.
I did, Mummy. I could hear him shouting from down the road.
Hush now. You didn't hear nothing.
Yo, Kyushu, can you do you a favor if you ever find out a great farm spot, can you make a video on it, because I'm planning on getting this game? Absolutely. If I find a spot where you can find monsters, farm monsters over and over and over again, I'll be sure to let you know. In honor of the 250th anniversary of the founding of the Grand Duchy of Rosaria.
They're all Rosarian.
But this is their home.
Going down to this beach area reminds me of Elden Ring and a little bit of Dragon's Dogma, because there were some beach areas there as well. Who all remembers playing Dragon's Dogma and going down to the beach and then seeing a whole chimera down there who proceeded to run your pockets when you weren't a high enough level? Okay, alright. Your boy Q is being a little bit more slick with it. Kill these as well, because experience is experience. Oh, you never played Dragon's Dogma? It's a very good game. The sequel is being made, and I can't wait to play that, because that's a game being made with the Resident Evil engine. Alright, that's a couple more ability points for us. Been a hot minute since you played Dragon's Dogma. Excited for Dragon's Dogma 2? Me too! I'm going full wizard. As I do with any game, fantasy game that lets you be like a magic user. I love being a magic user in video games. It's so much fun. Dragon's Dogma is a very good example of why I love being like a sorcerer type character. Because being able to bring down meteors, being able to bring down an entire tornado,
The Lazarus.
or freezing the area in front of you,
What happened to this place?
it's so much fun.
Happened. The nobles who lived here didn't stand a chance. Let's hope my uncle fared better. We should start with the main gate and see where that gets us.
Alright, so that's the side gate, but we need to go to the main gates. You ran into a 2 different road and you have to choose one. Raccoon City or Silent Hill. Raccoon City. Because with Silent Hill, you're basically being shifted into an otherworldly dimension. Whereas with Raccoon City, it's basically just, you know, a city filled with zombies. And unless you're completely devoid, unless you're completely devoid of common sense, I feel like you could fare far better in Raccoon City. If I remember correctly, in my Dragon's Dogma playthrough, you were this tiny, wrinkly old lady. Do I recall that right? I was not an old lady. I never play female characters in games. I rarely do. The only exception is like that one moment I played one in Cyberpunk on my PS4 back then. But that was because I incorrectly thought that I missed out on a trophy that you had to be female V in order to get. But I don't think I played like a wrinkly old lady. Wrinkly old dude with a big old beard. He was either very tall or very short. Hold on, let me see. Did I ever make a video on Dragon's Dogma? Did I ever make a video on Dragon's Dogma? I did. This was 5 years ago. Yeah. The Misadventures of Shortstack, The Misadventures of Maxim, The Misadventures of who? Dragon's Dogma, Dark Arisen, Running for My Life. I did like 3 streams on Dragon's Dogma back then. 3 streams on Dragon's Dogma back then, and then a video of me running from the Grim Reaper. So it was, man, that was long ago. That was 5 years ago. You streamed Dragon's Dogma. That's how I found you. Wow, man. It's been so long. It's been so long. I've done so many things over these years. I really have. It's insane how much stuff I've done over the years that sometimes I even forget. That was such a long time ago.
Hoping to get in.
Pretty sure that I saw some creatures over there that I could potentially kill, but we need to move on. Because we're already getting closer and closer to about, 3 hours. We need to find Mommy Dearest and find out what happened.
Let us pass! My children are starving!
Have mercy.
Voice-riddled dogs they are! You can't ignore us forever!
Let us in, or we'll die on your doorstep!
Better out there than in here.
Oh, get enough
Fuck off.
Find the chinless bastards. Those crystals belong to us all.
I said, where were you, filth? Back to your sties. Cut you down where you stand.
Destroy it!
No chance of slipping through unnoticed. We'll need to find another way in.
Man, I really have been making content over the past several years, haven't I? It's been a slow grind to get to this point, but grateful all the same.
Or at least bribe them.
I suspect everyone in that crowd thought the same. Was that the only way in?
Officially, yes. Strictly speaking, no. My uncle once told me that the nobles had tunnels built, so that they could visit town without having to walk amongst the rabble. The Lazarus. We'll find our way into the city there.
If you're sure. The entire place looked abandoned. Do you think it's safe?
As long as it is abandoned.
What are the odds that it's not actually abandoned? Black light burns.
The good news is we haven't seen a single black shield since Old Hill.
Maybe they found who they were looking for.
I'd regret it if I didn't kill him. Yeah, things must die for me to get stronger.
Finished.
Alright, they are dead. And I can sleep without regrets of not killing these things on stream. Man, all that thundering outside, it seems like we're about to get another storm. Given the fact that we just got done with one storm previously, like last week, and then it was blazing hot today, and now we're getting another storm, I feel like we're about to get a big thunderstorm. Because when heat meets sudden cold...
This is nothing like I remember it.
How quickly a crown can lose its luster.
When heat and cold meet together in weather, and I learned this from Nami in One Piece, it can lead to thunderstorms. Like, you can tell it's very hot in the air when you have a leaf blower on and the air that comes out of the leaf blower is hot. That's how you know it's hot outside, when even the leaf blower can't keep you cool.
Not abandoned then.
Oi! Visitors!
You don't look like you live here.
Apologies. We'll show ourselves out.
Clive, you had no problem fighting entire Black Shield soldiers. Why are these random squatters a problem? Just kill them all and move on. That's free experience. It's free real estate.
Or not.
Pardon me, sir, but you have to die first. See? Problems can be solved when you kill your enemies.
I've only ever seen one man fight like that. And he's long dead.
Then perhaps it's time you joined him.
The blessing of the Phoenix. It can't be. I was there when you died. Huh?
Is that Wedge?
knew not whom I addressed. You have naught to fear from us. Founder, it really is you.
Hey, it's your boy.
So Wade.
It's Wade from the beginning. He's alive.
We can speak inside.
Oh, you staying here? I'm sorry for killing your dudes, though. I hope they're alive. I really hope they're alive. Yeah, they're alive. They just got beat up. Okay. Y'all cool. I'm glad I didn't kill you. Violence isn't the answer. Violence is the question. And the answer is yes.
Who wouldn't bend the knee?
We left before the Empire could make examples of us, though we didn't go far. And we banded together to form the Guardians of the Flame soon after. Alas, there is only so much a handful of aging shields can do against the might of an empire. But we've seen to it that their stay has been anything but pleasant. Of late, though, we've had our hands full just trying to keep the Duchy's few remaining bearers out of the Imperial's clutches.
The Cullings. We saw what happened in Old Hill.
Aye. The foul work of the Black Shields and their mistress.
You mean my mother? But it doesn't make sense. Even knowing what I know about her. Her hatred for bearers was no secret, but she wouldn't have been ignorant of their value to the realm.
No offense, my lord, but in case you haven't noticed, the Lady Annabella couldn't care less about the realm. She barely even cares for her own home. That much has been plain since the slaughter at Eastpool. And, since granting the Holy Emperor a new heir, her obsession with bearers only seems to have grown. As to why, I don't know. Maybe she can't bear the thought of anyone having the power to challenge her beloved son.
Her son.
Sir Wade, the Black Shields have broken camp. They march in full force for Buick Bridge.
Then so do we. Make ready. This is their main host. If we remove the head, perhaps we can prevent what happened at the docks from happening somewhere else. If I do nothing, then the blood of their next victims will be on my hands.
Yours and ours. We too have witnessed the crimes these men who dare call themselves shields have committed in my mother's name. It cannot be allowed to continue. We must put a stop to this madness.
We must. So let us go with you. For the good of Rosaria.
I was hoping you'd say that. Very well. If that is your wish, I would be honored to serve at your side.
And we at yours.
So, Wade, let us do our duty.
With pleasure, my lord.
I imagine this endeavor will require more than just our wits.
Then let's hope Sir Wade has a good quartermaster.
You're telling me that's the Archduke's?
You are welcome to what little we have managed to salvage.
Alright, I've already seen a Gaia Blade before, because I own the +2 version. Goldwork Sash. Really hasn't been anything increase. Ooh, Crimson wait a minute. Crimson. Oh, I never got the Crimson Tassels, because that will increase my limit break gauge generation amount by 3% when dealing damage. I don't think I got that. You have an out-of-this-world question, maybe not a question. Do you think a barrier can be made or can exist? How do you mean? How do you mean barrier? Like an energy barrier? Is that what you mean? Because if that's what you mean, I mean, anything is possible, but it all comes down to our ability to understand such a concept.
I will be here should you need aught else.
Tell us then, Sir Wade. What is your plan?
Nothing fancy. You, Lady Jill and I make for Buett Bridge and provoke the main host at their encampment. Sensing an opportunity to end the Guardians, the Black Shields will call for reinforcements, who will be met from the rear by parties of my brothers hidden throughout the surrounding hills. This will allow us to wage battle on the bridge without fear of being overwhelmed. While the Black Shields have an advantage in numbers, you see, they prefer to fight in small units, which we can use to our advantage.
How small exactly?
Small enough, now that I have you and Lady Jill for company. I doubt I could have done this on my own.
But until we arrived, that was your plan. You haven't changed a bit.
So Wade, the bearers from Old Hill have been laid to rest.
Very good. Now make ready for battle.
As you command.
Thank you, Sir Wade. Perhaps now they will find peace.
There is but one thing which will grant them peace. Putting an end to the Black Shields.
And so we shall.
Quest accepted. And our renown will go up. Party members. Like in Metal Gear 2, kind of like if a missile came down and it exploded midair. Okay, so let me go further onto that concept. So in order for us to be able to know how to make energy barriers or barriers of any kind, we would need to have the knowledge of being able to manipulate energy and form it into a shape. Just manipulating energy of any kind and forming it into a shape that we can then configure into like a shield or a barrier or whatever. A tangible physical object based off of energy. But I don't think we have that type of knowledge, simply because a concept is like very easy to, a concept like that is very easy to determine in science fiction. In reality, it's far more complicated. Because it would take years of research on trying to figure out, okay, how does that even work? Like, how can you get, okay, we can make energy, but how can we make it so that we can manipulate it so it can become tangible enough and usable enough for us to manipulate it into different types of different avenues of, what is the word? Applications. Like, how can we take something that is charged by light or charged by lightning and make it so that it can be used to configure a shape that is physical and tangible? That is something that would probably take years of research of just even thinking about. Because that would take an enormous amount of time and money to try and figure that whole process out. Like, okay, let's just spend a couple of years understanding what light is. Then when we understand it, how can we create it? And if we can create it, how can we then manipulate it so it can do different things other than just be shot straight forward into a laser? How can we make it so that it can become a shield in a specific set shape? How can we make it so that the shield doesn't just continuously expand, since you can't really contain light to a certain degree like you would see in a Marvel movie or whatever? It would take time to try and figure all that intricate stuff out. Want to believe it? Elon Musk or Christopher Nolan said that if you can think of it, it can exist. I mean, it's entirely possible. But it would just take a lot of time. Party members. Throughout the main scenario, Clive will often be joined by various companions who are keen to lend their assistance. However, depending on Clive's destination, they may choose to remain behind at the hideaway. Cool. All right, so our party makeup has changed. So we got Wade, we got Jill, and we got Torgal.
We'll keep them from the bridge.
May the blessing of the Phoenix go with you.
How long have you been pursuing the Black Shields?
Since they burned their first village.
Y'all not coming with me?
We tracked down the bastards responsible and fed their corpses to Stillwind. Suffice to say, that got their attention. It's been a game of cat and mouse ever since.
Look at me sideways. How was the Black Shields?
I think we're getting closer and closer to our quarry.
Bastards are lucky.
There they are. On your command, my lord.
And my command is now. They all shall die. Gentlemen.
What is it now? I told you!
We bear a message for the Vicereine. From the Guardians of the Flame.
Ha! You presume to tell us that a pair of filthy vagabonds, a woman and a dog, could guard aught against the might of the Black Shields? Then come! Die along with your flame!
I mean...
For Azaria!
For Azaria!
Ooh, this... Your boy Clive, he's put that anger in him.
On these our swords we swear.
I shall eviscerate every single last one of you. On these my sword I swear.
Reinforcements from the far bank!
Another wyvern to fight that battle for them.
Too slow.
No shame in retreat.
More dragons.
Worms. The Imperials aren't taking any chances. I can't say I'm flattered.
Too slow.
Enough! Get down here! That was mine, Torgal. Dragoon!
A noble stand, albeit a misguided one. In taking it, you have but proven our point. That this land is in dire need of cleansing.
Yep, that's a Dragoon. Real quick, I want to save that clip because I want to take a picture of him. I'll just save the whole video. I'll save the whole video. Parry and dodge! Your boys plead with it. He says as he gets hit. Sit them hind parts down, boy.
So wait.
We finish him.
Night of the Lasting Dark. Limit the breaker! Woo! You ain't slick. You ain't slick. Ain't nobody slick in this piece but me. Me! Beautiful. Oh, so beautiful. Imperial Link, Dragon Talon, and the usual stuff.
I don't see any more.
Nor do I. The plan worked.
It did. It bloody worked. We sent every last one of the rotten bastards straight to the mud. My, Lord, perhaps this will be enough to stop the Cullings. For the time being, at least.
Perhaps. Though I doubt my mother will take this loss well.
So we kill her.
She'll move swiftly to see her minions' ranks replenished.
And then it will all begin again.
We need to end it.
I often wonder if the nation we once knew is gone for good. Her fields rot. Her people starve. We battled to preserve the flame that was, but for every foe we fell, another springs up in its place. Yet be that as it may, it is still our home, and we must fight for it, as we always have, and always will. For as long as the Firebird's flame burns in our hearts, the Duchy cannot die. And her loyal subjects may dream of a day when the Rosarian standard flies over Rosalith once more.
So wait,
Think we should fall back to Port Isolde before the garrison sends reinforcements? A sound strategy, my lord.
No, I can't say that this stream is a success unless we bring down the bomb. Black or white, quest complete. A lot of renown. We're almost at 100. I believe we get a reward when we hit 85. So once we hit 100, we can get both 2 awards at once. Well, rewards at once. I'll accept a award though. Put it.
And how long has my uncle been funding you and your comrades' endeavors?
Since the beginning. Lord Byron was the first person I turned to after forming the Guardians. And had I known of this tunnel back then, I wouldn't almost have been hanged by the city guard for trying to sneak over the wall.
I suppose a formal request for an audience would have appeared suspicious.
And appearances must be maintained. Were the Vice-Regency to catch wind of Lord Byron's involvement in our movement, they'd seize his estate and send him to the gallows, where he would be of no use to anyone. And so, though it sickens him to the soul, he plays the part of the loyal lord, knowing that one wrong move might prove his downfall. It is why he remains ever vigilant. Don't be surprised if he refuses you an audience, especially since you're famously dead.
Then I will have to think of a way to prove that I am neither wraith nor wrongdoer.
I might have something which could help with the latter. It's the mark of the Guardians. Display it, and those who love Rosaria will know where your loyalties lie.
Seal obtained. You accept the burnt blade from Wade.
I shall wear it with pride.
Be sure that you do. I don't want my men attacking you again. Unless you deserve it.
They would not survive.
If only Sir Tyler could have been here to see you. or the Lord Commander.
Thank you, Sir Wade. If there is ever anything you need.
I know. Go on now, my lord.
This stream will not be a success unless we bring down Annabella. I refuse. We're bringing her down. Rossfield Manor. Ooh.
How accommodating. Do you really think they believe we are who we say we are?
Not a chance. Right, I guess. My uncle believes we're imposters here to rob him. And means to string us up himself.
Imagine my surprise when I was told my nephew had come to visit. Clive Rossfield died long ago. And for uttering his name here, you shall pay with your tongue! You would mock me as well?
It is I, Sir Crandall of Camelot, loyal servant to Her Serene Holiness, Saint Sybil the Unshod. Meadow, thou vile sorcerer, for thy crimes against church and crown, I shall have thy head.
Curse thee, infectious flax wench. Even in death, must thou plague me still? Very well. I shall open the gates of hell, that thou might see thy charge once more.
Look at the tears. He knows it's Clive.
Bravo, Uncle. You're still the finest Maddo in the twins.
Oh, Clive, my dear boy, it's really you.
Bruh, don't make me tear up. Don't make me tear up! Stop it! Stop it!
You always were fond of that scene from The Saint and the Sanctuary. Never did let me play Sir Crandall.
I have a favor to ask, Uncle Byron.
Rutherford, inform the kitchens. There'll be guests. We dine immediately.
But, Uncle...
You can't very well regale me with the tale of your miraculous preservation on an empty stomach. Go on, sit. See that you use the good plates, Rutherford.
ASMR crying stream hype? I am never doing an ASMR. Ever. That's not me. I'll leave that to Twitch girls and, well, just them.
Since becoming Vicereine, Annabella has been a constant thorn in Rosaria's side, but these atrocities are a new low. Something has changed. Quite what, I don't know, but the woman we knew is gone, and a monster sits in her place.
You speak as if a monster... You speak as if she wasn't a monster already.
Worse, I've been charged with governing this town, and thus must maintain the illusion of obedience. That's all I can do to aid Wade and his merry band of revolutionaries.
So he's told us. You have risked much for Rosaria. Our nation will be forever in your debt.
It has been 20 years, Clive. The nation your father and your forefathers fought to defend is no more. Perhaps it would be otherwise had I the courage of my brother. All right, if it's a ship you require, a ship you shall have. I've a galley in port, but recently relieved of her cargo. She can be outfitted for the voyage in a matter of weeks.
So you believe us, then? About everything?
Believe you? Ha! Only a fool would believe even half of the things you claim. But until tonight, only a fool would have believed my nephew still lived. And besides, I have it on good authority that Clive is telling the truth.
Whose authority?
By your own, of course. You've always been a terrible liar.
Is that true?
It's not untrue.
Let's say no more about it, eh? It wouldn't do to linger on my nephew's greatest failing. The one thing I cannot believe, though, is all this about you being Sid. You were always such a good boy, but now you're quite the outlaw. Which, if I'm not mistaken, would make me an outlaw's uncle. Right then, who shall we pillage first? Rutherford, fetch me my cutlass. This will be fun.
I love the classic Final Fantasy theme playing in the background right now. Doom 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 doom.
Over there. Go on. She's a fine ship, isn't she? Once outfitted, she'll bear us across the boiling sea to Drustinus in the space of 3 days. Something on your mind?
Monsters. When I served the Iron Kingdom, I did so because I saw no other choice. Because once they learned that the lash would not move me, they turned it on those who could. And so I became their puppet. I let them pull my strings, telling myself it was not my hand that swung the sword, but another's. I removed myself from the truth so I wouldn't feel the pain it caused. And before I knew it, I no longer felt anything. Anything at all. I had become a monster.
Jill.
I don't want to be a monster, Clive. Do you understand? I want to choose a different path, a better path. To live on my own terms. But before I can do that, I need to come to terms with my past.
And when you do, I'll be standing there with you, just as you stood with me.
Thank you, Clive. I must atone for my sins. Only then, when it's done, will the monster cease to be.
Just promise me that you won't die with it. Now, let's get some sleep. The journey back to Benamir is long, and there is much to tell the others.
Are we not going to deal? Are we not going to deal with the mom now? How dare you deprive me of revenge! How dare you? Now I got to go back. I can't kill her now. I got to wait. 5 years. 5 years. Well, over 5 years. And I still have to wait to kill this woman. Upset. Here be monsters.
The founder knows what awaits us in the Iron Kingdom, but Vivian could probably make an educated guess.
Hold on, I'll be back. And let me answer your question, Amish. Speaking of puppets, you play the Lies of P demo yet? Yes, I did. And it's actually on my radar. I actually enjoyed it. It was actually quite fun. Now, the only thing that stuck out to me during the gameplay was the dodging. The dodging was about the only thing that really stuck out to me as something that I feel needs to be tuned, and the makers have already addressed that, such as dodging distance, iframes, and everything else that would make combat a lot smoother to deal with in general. And that's really the only major thing for the Lies of P demo, because I had a stream for it. If you haven't seen that, Amish, it's on the channel. But I had a stream for it, and I kind of brought up the things that kind of really stuck out to me during the entire demo. But that's pretty much the only thing that stuck out to me as something that they really need to, update and mess with. Because for me, the dodging in Lies of P felt short, and they felt like they lacked momentum when it came to you dodging out of the way. So that's something that they said that they're going to address, along with everything else to make it feel a lot more fluid. You've heard that there's an improved dodge skill early on in the game as well. I believe there is one called Link Dodge, which is an ability you can get from the P organ skill tree, which is another thing that's already got my attention about Lies of P, because y'all know that skill trees and upgrades for basically anything in a video game gets my attention, especially if I'm already interested in the game. That just increases my interest for that game even further. So the whole P organ upgrade system that they got, where you can just add on smaller boosts to a certain degree, which will then extend into bigger boosts that you can then have, like, into bigger passives that you can have access to, that already has my attention. So I'm looking forward to seeing what a maxed out P organ for Pinocchio is actually going to be like. But everything else about Lies of P, it looked really, really good. I mean, the characters, it didn't feel like one of those off-brand Souls-like type games. It actually had, like, immense atmosphere. I mean, defeating enemies felt satisfying. The bosses were fun to fight against, such as the Parade Master and the, what was it called? The broken police officer? The shattered police officer? I don't know what it's called. But the bosses in this game were satisfying to fight. I actually had to learn how to fight them. And, going off of the backs of Elden Ring, there's a certain standard that you get in your mind that every other Souls-like has to achieve. So I don't expect something on the level of Elden Ring, but I do expect a very good experience from the game overall, which is why I'm looking forward to it. And since it's dropping in August, there's a ton of things drop. Well, actually, Lies of P is dropping in September. So there's quite a few things dropping in August, September, and October. July is going to be a very dry month for games, where all the bigger games are dropping in August, and then September, and then lastly October, where we're going to be getting Marvel Spider-Man 2. And, well, me playing Spider-Man 2 is already a given. Shattered Constable or something. Yes, that sounds right. Shattered Constable. That sounds about right. Fighting him was satisfying. I got him on like the second try. And I think I did the same for the Parade Master. I think I beat both of the bosses in the demo on the second try. But the gameplay overall was satisfying. The upgrade system for weapons, being able to take weapons apart from the blade and the handle and mix and match them, and then be able to upgrade them, that's already a concept that you don't see in Souls games. Or Souls-likes at all. Take a weapon you find, take it apart, and then reattach it to another piece so that the stats are different and the capabilities are different. That's something I've never seen in a Souls-like before, or at least in ones that I've played. So that's already interesting. Plus, you got this. You got the fashion. You got to look good when you're taking down puppets through a ruined city. So they got some nice looking duds. I, of course, want to get the blue outfit that you see on the game screen when you're looking at Lies of P on your console. And I want to get that Vanini outfit that they have, but I think that's only when you get like the deluxe version of Lies of P. So it's a game I'm definitely going to keep on my radar. So we'll see how things go from there. But I like it. And I was watching Maximilian Dude play through the whole demo, and he was incredibly surprised by how good the game played, how he enjoyed the atmosphere. He genuinely looked excited and felt like this is going to be a game that's going to be, you know, it's going to catch people's attention. Do we expect an Elden Ring 2? Like another Elden Ring to drop? No, but this is about as close to a Bloodborne type level game for Souls-like that we've had in a very long time. And this is coming off of the backs of someone who's played Wolong Fallen Dynasty. I feel like I would find more time and more enjoyment playing Lies of P than I did Wolong. As fun as it was at the time, Lies of P just edges out a lot better for me, personally. So it's definitely going to be something that I play on the channel. And around the time when Lies of P drops and all the other big games I'm looking forward to drops, I should be done with my One Piece read-through series. And then I think I'm going to be doing some reactions on the One Piece Netflix TV show. So that should be interesting too.
I didn't take you for a scholar, Ivan.
Oh, this? Well, it's Valisthea, a culinary pilgrimage. I borrowed it from old tomes. Seems there's no creature in the realm so foul it can't be cooked up into something delicious.
Think I'll stick to the unfoul ones, thanks.
Oh, where's your sense of adventure, Sid? Honestly, one glance at these recipes, and even you would trade in your sword for a butcher's cleaver. From spit roasts to sweetmeats, this book has them all. What I wouldn't give to bring these recipes to life.
If it's my blessing you're hoping for, then by all means.
Well, I'm no hunter, Sid. The first ton of worm I came across would be the death of me. But you're made of sterner stuff. Would you help me resurrect one of these recipes?
Sure. It'll help my renown go up.
Something tells me you won't be taking no for an answer. Fine. I'll help.
Fantastic! Thank you.
So, dare I ask what's on the menu?
Chance's Stew. It was once a favourite among the gourmands of Oriflamme, if the author is to be believed. Though Molly's never heard of it. The only problem is that while the recipe is extremely detailed in most respects, it's infuriatingly cryptic as to the main ingredient. A beast, no doubt. Most likely something that would make easy work of a simple cook with more broth than brawn, but unwanted violets. I've no idea what they might be.
Does the book say anything else?
Well, only that the sweetest violets sprout atop the bed of roses.
Roses. Rosaria, perhaps? One of the butchers in Martha's Rest might know something. I'll ask next time I'm there.
Quest accepted. All right, let's knock out this side quest. And we got one that's over there, so we'll keep that in mind as well. And I don't think I have any materials that will allow me to craft any new type swords. No, I don't. Or anything of that nature. All the stuff that I still have right now is pretty much the best stuff that I have. I do wonder about the choice of making it so that special weapons, such as boss level weapons you get in this game, why they can't be upgraded with like a +1 or +2. Or maybe it's because they're meant to be used to upgrade into the next boss weapon itself.
How did we never hear about these Guardians of the Flame?
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon. Your benefactors are a generous lot.
All right, so we need 100 to reach the last one. Pillow talk. Such is the renown of Sid the Outlaw that much of my clientele would rather spend their time prattling on about your endeavors than making any endeavors of their own. For that, I feel I owe you at least a portion of my earnings. A particularly enamored sort left this on the nightstand. May it serve you better than it did him. Signed, a busy courtesan.
All yours.
And we got ourselves a purple accessory. The only other purple accessory that we have is the Catsith charm. Ooh, I like this. This already has my attention. Look at this. All right, the Berserker ring. The Berserkers of Southern Ash, known for their fearlessness on the field of battle, were known to wear these rings not only on their fingers, but pierced all over their bodies from head to toe. That sounds painful. Scholars now believe the unnatural courage they displayed was a result of extended exposure to the concentrated ether imbued in the jewelry that poisoned the blood of its non-bearer wearers and induced madness that ultimately became associated with battle frenzy. So the special thing about this Berserker ring is temporarily increases attack proficiency with each precision dodge. So if I'm always dodging, my attacks are increasing in power. If I'm always perfect dodging, they're increasing in power. And I find myself doing more precision dodges than parries. So this is going to see use. Yeah, we're going to equip that. Yes. Yes, Lord. That's nice. Let me put on the Badge of Might in place of this regular Badge of Might, so at least my damage still remains upwards in the 70s. Nice. Nice. And I don't have enough points where I can max out my limit break gauge yet, so we're still going to save until I can max that out. I'm still going to keep on keeping on with that. And let me see what your old boy over here needs, so that way we can knock out multiple side quests.
Clive! Oh, am I glad to see you?
Is something wrong?
It's Blackthorn. He ain't himself. And if I'm honest, he ain't been for a while. But normally it only takes a couple of drinks to perk him back up, but not this time. Something's getting him down. And whatever it is, he ain't telling. It's like he's lost his spark, you know? He's barely got enough fire in his belly to get the ump about stuff. But I'm thinking he might if we both bent his ear, because he respects you, innit? So, what you say?
Sure.
Fine. If you think it will help.
I knew you'd understand.
But if he doesn't want to talk, we let him be. He'll open up when he's ready.
All right. Now, he'll only smell a rat if we both turn up at once. So, I'll go first, and you can meet us at the forge. Wait a bit, then head over when you're ready.
All right, so doing these 2 side missions should give me that 100 renown so we can get that item from Desiree. Ooh, this is important! Blacksmith Blues, we need to do this. This is important for me to be able to get access to more things from the blacksmith. I don't know to what extent, but this is the path I need to go in order to get access to higher upgrade weapons later down the line in late game, and then eventually the Ultima weapon and the strongest weapon in the game, at least on my first playthrough. So the blacksmith blues are essential quests. Do not skip them, do them.
First August, and now you. What are you pair up to? What's it got to do with me? August was worried that something had been weighing on your mind. I thought you might want to talk about it. Did you now? I told you not to stick your nose in my business. What'd you go and do?
Clive just wants to help, innit? What's so bad about that? Talk to him. You never know, you might feel better for getting it all out in the open. Please, mate. I'm worried about you.
Phil shut you up. It's nothing really. Stupid. Not the sort of thing you bother people about. Why don't you tell us all the same? Karen and I have an arrangement. I keep an eye on Goots, and she shows me what the competition's up to. Interesting arms and armor, things like that. Anyway, the other day, she shows me a cuirass she's come by. Masterpiece of level work. Light, supple, and tougher than it had any right to be. Made my stuff look like heavy, clumsy shit.
He feels inferior.
I should have brought the bastard thing there and then just to study it, but I was too proud. Now, every time I reach for my hammer, I'm reminded that I'm not the craftsman I thought I was. There. You happy? You got what you came for? Now piss off.
All right. We're going.
Whatever it takes to help him out, we need to do it.
I always thought of old Blackthorn as a bit of a force of nature. Like a storm cloud full of ale. Didn't think anything could rattle him. Least of all a stupid piece of leather.
Blackthorn's always taken pride in his craft. Questioning it means questioning himself. Something tells me this is only going to get worse. If he has doubts, it will affect his work, which will only add to his problems. We need to nip this in the bud.
I couldn't agree more.
He said he should have bought that cuirass. Perhaps we should track it down for him. Assuming you're happy to help, that is.
Too bloody right I am.
Glad to hear it. First things first, then. We need to speak to Karen.
Monster's taken quite a liking to Lady Karen.
He's not a monster. He's Torgal. And he'd take a liking to you too if you gave him as many nuts as Nan does.
Karen, do you have a moment? Blackthorn mentioned that you'd recently come by a leather cuirass. An exquisite example of the craft, from what he told us.
And he ain't been himself since he saw it. So we thought we'd buy it for him.
Sorry, sold it already. Didn't think Blackthorn cared for it the way he turned his nose up. But it was nicely put together, that's for certain. Even if the bloke who made it is a bit of an odd one. Happened across him on my travels. Makes all his stuff to order, but the fella who commissioned it refused to pay. He didn't like the colour of summit. So I took it off his hands for a fair price.
You don't know where we might find him, do you?
Like I said, he's a bit of an odd one. Doesn't even have a workshop. He doesn't trust hunters neither, which means he spends as much time out tracking beasties as he does working their hides.
I see.
He did tell me something, though. Apparently, his next commission's for a set of griffin hide greaves.
Here, there's a griffin on the hunt board. The curse breakers were placing bets on who'd bag it. Now, where the bleeding hell was it sighted? Somewhere in Sambrec, maybe? Caer Northern, that was it.
Thank you, Karen. We'd be lost without you.
At least you admit it.
So, It sounds like going after that griffin might be the best chance we have of finding our roaming leatherworker.
I'll leave the hunting to you if you don't mind. While you get on with that, I'll ask around the markets. See if I can't sniff out who he is and where he's hiding.
Good idea. Hopefully one of us will be able to track him down.
Yeah, this is a priority mission right now. This is a priority mission. Use the hunt board to locate the griffin. We're hunting the griffin. Ask about griffin sightings.
Did I hear you say you were hoping to hunt down a griffin, Kupo? Then do I have the ability for you, Kupo, an especially horrible one the locals call Dosmere.
Oh wait, I don't need to rush because this is a button I can press.
Then do I have the billet for you, Kupo, an especially horrible one the locals call Dosmere.
Ooh, B rank. And this will give me some renown. Oh wait, I don't need to accept it. I just need to go find them out in the wild. This bounty board is just telling me where they are. I don't need to accept it like it's a bounty hunting mission from Red Dead. I have to go to the location. Caer Norvent, Westgate, and Sandbreck. That's where it is. Dosmere. While passing along the trail from Lostwing to Caer Norvent, one of our order was met with a sudden blast of wind so strong that it bent back the trunks of the old oaks, and heard a cry so terrible that he ran for his life. Questioning, the locals revealed that this area was the nesting place of the elder griffin known as Dosmere, a beast much hated for its appetite both for chocobos and for children. Okay, so we can't have no monsters out here eating children. We can't have no children eating monsters out here. We're going to need to take care of that. We're going to need to square that up. I know where we need to go. We need to go to Caer Norvent. That's Martha's Rest. Orabel Downs. Lostwing. Caer Norvent, Glory's Gate. This will put me in the direction of Caer Norvent overall. So, we'll be able to find it there. So let's look at our map. This is the River Gate. We just do a little hunting out here in the woods. That's all we do. Just do a little hunting. Now, hold on. Save recent gameplay. 3 minutes. Alright, Caer Norvent Westgate. Sandbreck. We are on the east side of Sandbreck. We're on the east side of Caer Norvent, which means that we need to go to Lostwing. We need to go to Lostwing and then travel down the road towards the western side of Caer Norvent through that trail that we just saw earlier. Yeah, we need to go through Norvent Valley in order to get to the west side of Caer Norvent over here. Because this is the River Gate, but this is also the west side of it. Unless that's a place I can go. We about to find out. Let's fast travel over there and then travel it in that direction towards that little alcove that's off to the side. So we need to turn down this way towards Clairview.
Keep them pilgers nice and chill.
Look at this place.
Why run on foot? All right, so in that direction.
Like the wind.
That's one of the wind elementals.
You deserve a rest.
Wait, that's one of my bounties, too. Yeah, it's one of my bounties. You must die. Aruna. Rank C. You should fetch a pretty fine price. That would have been nice if I got the pictures of that.
If that's what I think it is, this isn't gonna be easy.
I not only dodged... Woo! Whoa! Yo! What happened? What is that? What just happened? What just happened? I've never seen that precision dodge counter like that. Is that because of the Berserker ring? It is. Yo, okay, this Berserker ring is kind of cool. Ah, I keep missing the second dodge. My power will increase. Let's go! Look at all that damage. I always miss that second dodge. I like this Berserker ring. Woo! Woo! Let's go! I love this ring! Let's go! Break it down! Ha! Beautiful. Okay, I like this berserker ring. I like it. 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 Now let's continue on over here. I wonder if this leads to, like, what if it leads to the north gate of Caer Norvin? We got raptors.
It's over.
Ooh, that's a special grab animation. Ooh, that's cool. Okay, so this doesn't lead to Caer Norvin, so at least we got that uncovered. But that's not where we need to go. So we need to go to Lost Wing, and we need to make our way through this whole thing until we get to this side. All right, back to Lost Wing. I know this is getting closer and closer to 4 hours, but even though we can't take down Annabelle right now, at the very least I can take care of these side missions, which are greatly important.
You're quite talented with that rod of yours.
I honestly thought this conversation between the two of them was going to go another way. And we need to go up there to go out. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Because we need to bring this griffin down. Because this blacksmith mission is one that needs to be done. Can't bring a chocobo into the village. Because you simply can't do that.
Ready, go? Fly, Ambrosia.
Grab the loot and the potions because I am low on them.
Woo! Let's go, Ambrosia! I didn't know I could attack! Ain't nobody tell me I could attack with a chocobo! What? Yo! Ambrosia ain't defenseless!
Be safe.
But there's only so much I could do. A nice, healthy helping of ability points. I'm waiting until I get to 2,000 so I can get my hands on that additional limit break gauge. I'm not stupid. I know you're right there.
It's over.
Oh, chill. You got him. Okay. And look at Torgal just doing fang over there.
You're finished.
Trying to see if I see a griffin on the other side. But I'm not seeing anything yet. But this is a wide...
Don't exactly make for easy prey. Let's hope our craftsman hasn't bitten off more than he can chew.
Alright, this is the spot. This is the spot. Okay. Y'all are giving me potions. Uh-oh. There it is. Dawsmare, rank B. And a nice, meaty bounty.
Better work will have to wait. Hold on. Look sharp.
Oh, you thought. Woo! Look at your boy dodging! And I got caught up in it anyway. Staggered. Ooh, let's go! That leaves you kind of tired, don't you? Don't it?
A fine hand. Too slow.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Get back up here! Supposed to be fighting up here. You ain't slick? I am. Zip. Omae mo shitteru! Notorious Mark slain. And I leveled up. Your death leads me to have more power. It will not be in vain. And we got Scarlet. One of the hardest metals known to man. Scarletite. Not scarlet, but scarletite. Is highly sought after by those with the means to pay its exorbitant asking price. A price determined not by its rarity, but rather due to the fact that a forge must employ no fewer than 5 healthy bearers to produce flames hot enough to melt the ore, at which time it takes upon the deep scarlet hue from which it takes its name. Reminds me of when I hunted down Griffin in Dragon's Dogma. They were fun to fight.
Is something there, boy?
He's alive!
Could that be our man?
Finally, we meet. This is all for the sake of my blacksmith.
Are you all right?
Dare say I'll survive. That griffin caught me before I could get an arrow off. Must have lost sight of me in the grass, though. I'd be dead if it hadn't.
More likely than not.
The name's Camille. I'm a lowly leather worker, if you couldn't tell by the smell of me.
Not so lowly from what I hear. Do you remember selling to a merchant by the name of Karen?
She's not an easy woman to forget. Bought a cuirass from me after I lost my buyer. Quite taken with my work, as far as I recall. Didn't stop her bartering me down to a pittance, though. She sent you for a refund?
It's not her who sent me.
Well, consider me flattered.
You should be. He's a master of his art, and not an easy man to impress.
Blacksmiths are proud folk. It's a rare thing indeed for one to praise a glorified tanner. And I don't imagine an impressive swordsman like yourself would be getting your steel from any but the best. I'd dearly love to help a fellow craftsman, but... well, actually, I suppose you could give him this.
What is it?
Treated leather. Same stuff I used to make that cuirass. If your man's as skilled as he sounds, he'll know what he's looking at.
You sure?
Well, you did save my life. And thanks to you, I'll be going home with all the griffin hide I can carry. I'd say it's the least I can do. Short of showing him how to make the thing myself, that is. But there are rules against it. Secrets of the trade and whatnot.
In that case, I'll see that he gets it.
I'd be much obliged if you would. Right. I've got some greaves to make. You send your blacksmith my regards.
Will do. And thank you.
Vegeta broken arm stance. Why is it that every time when Vegeta gets seriously injured...
Blackthorn's mood.
Whenever Vegeta gets grievously injured, it's always that one arm. It's never his legs, it's never his left arm, it's always the right one. First it started with 18 bodying his arm, and then he just got bodied by a whole bunch of other people directly into that arm. They must not like him to use that right arm. But we did what we needed to do. Time to go back to the hideout. And one thing I like about this game is that even if I stop playing on stream today, I can just go out, explore, and just kill monsters to my heart's content. So that way I can be even just a wee bit stronger for the next session. Which is what I'll probably do after I'm done here. Just level up by killing monsters.
How'd it go, Clive?
And become stronger.
Did you find him, or does the hunt continue?
I found him. And he asked me to give you this, along with his regards.
Treated leather. A sample of supple hide dressed to the artisan Camille's exacting standards. It has nary a trace of the barnyard musk of lesser leathers, instead smelling faintly of rose hips.
You're joking. He said he wouldn't teach you how to work it, but that if you were as skilled as you sounded, you'd have no trouble understanding how it was done.
So that's his secret. Crafty bastard. He's layered and cross-grained it. Good few times, too. No wonder it's tough. And that's no ordinary oil he's used to get that finish. Oh, this is fine work. Even finer than I thought.
Yeah? I'll take your word for it. Just looks like leather to me. Still, I'm glad you're happy. Here, Clive, you didn't happen to catch the fella's name, did you?
Camille, I believe.
I thought as much. There ain't many leather workers in the realm daft enough to do their own hunting, see? And his name kept cropping up when I was asking around. Turns out he's from Tabor. Then again, most leather workers are. But our friend Camille guards a long-held family secret, the details of which are the subject of some debate in the leatherworking community.
Then we better keep this close to our chests.
Listen, sorry for putting the both of you to all that trouble. Should have kept my moaning to myself. Still, I'm glad you found him. This has cheered me right up.
That was the idea. Clive's idea, anyway. He did most of the work.
It's good to have you back, Blackthorn.
Just don't expect me to go turning out work like this. There's a reason he does his own hunting. He knows exactly what hides to look for. And that's how he gets them to layer up so nicely. And don't get me started on how much oiling this leather would need. But I reckon I can make something about as good. Something a Cursebreaker will have no trouble caring for. Anyway, enough narrowing. I've got work to be getting on with.
Looks like we won't be needing a new blacksmith.
As if there was a better one out there. I wouldn't have been the same anyway. No one spins a yarn like old Blackthorn in his cups. Right, now that's sorted, I've got duties to attend to. Thanks, Clive. You've given me my mate back.
Quest complete. I'm glad we got our blacksmith in better feelings, because we definitely need this man to be at the top of his game. Because if our blacksmith ain't right, then our weapons ain't right. And if our weapons ain't right, then death is assured. But we got the Drake Slayer belt design draft, a diagram detailing the steps to craft a belt fit for a hero, necessary for crafting the Drake Slayer belt. Well, alright. Drake Slayer's belt recipe unlocked. Design drafts. You have obtained the design draft for the Drake Slayer's belt. Design drafts unlock new crafting options at the Black Hammer. Visit Blackthorn in the Hideaway for details on material requirements. Well, of course we will.
Back, are ya?
If it means my stuff can be stronger,
What do you want?
I'll find whatever this man needs. Oh, snap! This is an even better belt than what I'm wearing. And that gives me a massive boost to my defense. Like a really big boost. Drake's Slayer belt. And with a cry that echoed through the skies, she thrust her sword down into the mighty Drake's nape. Life having escaped the Elder Worm, he went crashing to the sea, where his corpse lay, unmoving, yet unsinking. Legend of the Drake, translation by Moss the Chronicler. Ooh, and Drake Slayer bracelets. So we need gelatinous mass, which looks like it comes from a special creature. And we have the Dragon Talons, and we have the Scarletite for it as well. Oh, I need to get more than one piece of Scarletite if I want to have Drake Slayer belt and Drake Slayer bracelets. You're gonna make me really work for this now, aren't you?
Anything else?
Thank you. Okay, with that being said, looks like I need to go hunting for creatures on the bounty board. But before we do that, and before I bring today's stream to a close, because I was really hoping that we would be able to take down Annabella, but I guess we need to jump through a couple more hurdles for that to happen. So let's see what we got on the bounty board. Alright, the last thing that's left is Belphegor. Location, the Broken Hilt in Rosaria. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to conclude the stream just yet. Let's bring down this last bounty on the bounty board, and then I'll call it a session. So we need to go to the Broken Hilt, near the Broken Hilt in Rosaria.
How may I help you today, Clive? Your benefactors are a generous lot.
Oh, this is increased even further. A rose is a rose orchestrion roll, and empty shard. And then we have Cleric's Medallion, Dire Wolf Jess. And then, when our renown is 350, then we can look at it again. Alright. Alright, let's head to Rosaria. East Pool, The Dim, 3 Reeds, Hawk's Cry Cliff. This belongs to Sanbreck, so where I need to go is in...
Never hear.
Hold on, where is it? Where is it at? The Broken Hilt in Rosaria. Adjacent to East Pool. I think this is it, because East Pool is in this direction. 3 Reeds. Okay, 3 Reeds. There's Martha's Rest. Green Sheaves. The Broken Hilt. Here it is. Here we go. Excellent. So now we need to find the location adjacent. Well, we just need to go across the bridge to right here, because it's adjacent from East Pool. So the Drake is over there. Belphegor. I would imagine it's right here, because it says it's overlooking atop the hill. So I'd imagine it's possibly up there. So I think we need to go around. You know what I haven't done in a hot minute? I have not saved my game. There it is. There you are, Belphegor. Hey, that's where we found the dude that was, you know, still hoping to go back to the kitchens with Lord Rosaria. Lord Rossfield, I mean. Hello, Belphegor. Oh, he done got me. He done got me. See that right there? Now you're just gonna make me upset. There's no way I can ignore this disrespect. There's no way that this can be... we cannot overlook this disrespect. Alright, what do I got on? What do I got on? That'll help me out. Rising Flames will damage. Lunge damage, gouge cooldown. Reduces flames or rebirth cooldown by 12 seconds. Let's put that on. Increase attack by 12. I need more application type stuff. Monsters are still killed after the fact.
Too slow.
The tail swipe, I gotta watch that. Got you again. Oh, they reloaded me with plenty of potions I can use to survive this. Well, it's so kind of the game to throw me a bone. All it takes is that one time for you to show me up, and then I'ma come for them hind parts. Dragon Talon! That went well. All right, let's speak to the Busher. Let's just clear out these side missions first. Let's just clear out this one.
Thank you for sticking with us.
Those of us who are still here have to look after each other, don't we? So, about the price of them turnips.
Ah, welcome. Times may be hard, but if you got the gill, I got the goods. What can I do you for?
Unwanted violets, if you have them. Though I'd gladly settle for learning what they are if you don't.
Why, I haven't heard folk call them that since I was a lad. You're looking for scorpion tails. Unwanted violets is what folk used to call them back in the day. They turn a wicked purple when you boil them up, hence the name. Used to chuck them in the pot when there weren't nothing else on offer, when there was a war on, that sort of thing. Thankfully, times aren't yet as hard as that, and even if they were, you wouldn't find anyone selling them these days.
Do the scorpions still live nearby?
I dare say they do. 3 Reeds would be your best bet, memory serves.
Thank you. You've been most helpful.
Stay sharp.
After what the Empire did to Martha, don't you go causing any trouble now.
I spy scorpions out in their parts.
Scorpions. At least I know what I'm up against.
Well, that went well. Unwanted violets. The tails of certain species of scorpions are prized as a delicacy, the trace amounts of poison remaining in their flesh lending them a certain piquancy. The common marsh scorpion, however, not only lacks a stinger, but subsists on a diet of mudworms and bog moss, lending its flesh an altogether more troubling tang.
I better get this back to Yvonne before it goes bad. Or any worse, at least.
All right, so this will bring a side mission to a close back at the hideout.
Did you find our mystery ingredient?
I did indeed.
Marvelous! Let's see. What am I supposed to do with this? It's poisonous, surely.
You wouldn't be wrong. But that's your unwanted violet.
Into the pot it goes, I suppose. Wait here. I won't be long.
I mean, you wanted it, and I got it. You can't complain. Sometime later.
I present Chance's Stew, risen once again from the ashes of obscurity. Grab a spoon, Sid. Let's eat while it's hot.
I'm, not hungry.
Well, it'll be too late once I've licked the bowl clean. Your loss.
Reminds me of that monster soup from Tears of the Kingdom.
Odin's teeth. What, the salt on the senses is like choking on swamp water. And yet, up through the pungency there rise complex, meaty notes. It takes a moment to recover from such an onslaught of flavors, but never have I tasted anything so fine.
Kind of reminds me of stuff that Shion would make in that time I got reincarnated as a slime. It's exactly like her type of cooking.
Thank you, Sid. Thank you.
You're, welcome.
I must share this gift. I won't rest until a steaming bowl of Chance's Stew sits before everyone in the hideaway.
It might find itself sitting in front of them for a very long time.
A single mouthful, and Molly will be breeding scorpions of her own.
I'm sure she will.
Quest complete. And our renown has gone up. And we got a badge of metal, which increases my defense by 30. Sweet. And I believe we've completed all the side missions that are currently at the hideout right now. So let me go over to Desiree. We've already completed all the bounties on the bounty board. So I don't think there's anything going to be new that pops up until after, like, the next story mission or so. Yeah, we done already took out the open contracts for monsters. We took down every single one of them. So, and I think our renown has gone up where we can claim another reward.
Whisper. Your benefactors are a generous lot.
Yep. So, a swelling chorus. It used to be I would step into a tavern only to find myself overwhelmed with requests to sing Dion the Bold or The Curl and the Serving Girl. But now all anyone wants to hear is of Sid the Outlaw. You have made me a very rich man, my friend. Signed, a merry mummer. So we got the Rose is a Rose orchestrion roll and an empty shard.
You earned this.
Why, thank you for your patronage.
Come again. I may have more for you.
And Gout, do you have anything new?
Here you go.
He does not have anything new. Ah, well. So, we need to speak with Vivian for the next story mission, but we'll tackle that tomorrow. So, to everyone, I'm going to call it a session here, but I'm going to go back out there and fight some monsters. Because, yeah, it's time for me to go on an anime training arc. And let's see how much further, how much more of a level I can gain by just killing monsters over and over and over again until the next session. But this is where I'm going to draw it to a close. So to everyone here, all I can say at the end of the evening is, hope you all enjoyed. Can't wait to see you all in my next video. And if you enjoyed what you saw here today, then like, subscribe, and share this stream with everyone you know, because the more the merrier. And because I am always looking forward to entertaining you. So have a fantastic day, and once again, as always, later, peoples!